Section 1. The Waterline. Surface level entries. The things you already half know. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December 1989. 36 seasons. Nearly 800 episodes. The longest-running American animated series, the longest-running sitcom, the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of television. And in all of that time, across every single one of those episodes, across every couch gag, and every treehouse of horror, and every guest appearance, and every scene where Homer falls down the stairs, the show has been sitting on top of an iceberg. Most people see the surface. They see the yellow skin and the four fingers and the donut jokes and Bart saying, "Don't have a cow, man." They see the funny family from Springfield, wherever Springfield happens to be, doing funny things every Sunday night. And that's a completely valid way to watch the show. It's what most people do. It's what the show designed itself for. But underneath the waterline, under 36 years of laughs and catchphrases and couch gags, there is something else entirely. A version of this show that is darker, stranger, more internally consistent, and more genuinely disturbing than the version most people think they've been watching. A version where the jokes aren't just jokes, where the continuity errors aren't just errors, where the things the show keeps showing you over and over again and never directly addressing aren't accidents. This is the Simpsons Iceberg. Ranked by how deep it goes and how strange it gets when you finally reach the bottom, we're going to start at the waterline with the entries that feel familiar but already contain something slightly off, something that nags at the corner of your mind when you watch the show with the lights off and the volume low. We're going to work our way down through the conspiracy layers and the fan theories and the dark character readings. And by the time we reach the bottom of this thing, you will never watch Springfield the same way again. Let the light dim. Let the room go quiet. We're going in. Entry: the floating timeline. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old since 1989. In the years since the show first aired, the real world has moved through multiple presidencies, multiple decades, the rise of the internet, the fall of physical media, the invention of the smartphone, the beginning of the streaming era, and a global pandemic. Springfield has experienced none of it, in the sense that nobody there has aged a single day. This is called a floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1993, they were living in 1993. The cultural references update, the technology updates, the celebrities who appear in Springfield change with the decades, but the characters stay exactly where they were on the night the series premiered. Bart stays 10, Lisa stays 8, Maggie stays 1. Homer and Marge hover somewhere in their mid-30s, as if mid-30s is a permanent state, rather than a brief window of life. Most animated shows do something like this. It's industry standard. You don't want to write yourself into a corner where Bart goes to college and the entire premise of the show dissolves, so you keep him 10, the audience accepts it. Nobody asks too many questions. Except The Simpsons has been running so long that the floating timeline has started to produce cracks. Cracks that, when you stare at them long enough, reveal something genuinely strange about the architecture of Springfield's reality. The most obvious crack is the backstory problem. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was grounded in the late 70s and early 80s. They met as teenagers. Their courtship was set against the backdrop of disco and Watergate and the cultural upheaval of the post-Vietnam era. The music of their youth was a specific kind of American music, tied to a specific decade, and it worked because people who were in their mid-30s in the late 80s had actually been teenagers in the mid-70s. But the floating timeline kept dragging the present forward. And if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, then they didn't meet in 1975. They met sometime around 2005. Which means their formative years weren't defined by ABBA and mood rings. They were defined by early YouTube and MySpace and the second season of American Idol. The show has responded to this problem by simply rewriting their backstory multiple times. Homer and Marge have had their origin story told in flashback at least 4 separate times across the show's run, with each version placing their youth in a progressively later decade. They were hippies. Then they were grunge-era teenagers. Then they were 90s kids. Then they were essentially millennials. The characters themselves remained the same. The love story remained the same. But the era kept sliding, kept updating, kept refusing to stay fixed, because the floating timeline demanded it. What this produces, if you accept the logic of it, is a family without a stable past. Homer and Marge don't have a fixed origin. Their memories are placeholders, updated periodically to match the current version of the present. Their history is not a history at all. It's a draft. A draft that gets revised every few years without anyone in Springfield noticing. For most viewers, this registers as a minor quirk, a limitation of the format. But for the people who spend time in the lower layers of the iceberg, the floating timeline is evidence of something more specific. It becomes, depending on which theory you believe, either proof of radiation-induced cognitive damage, or evidence that these people exist inside a dream, or confirmation that Springfield's relationship with time is fundamentally broken in ways that go deeper than any production decision. We'll return to all of those theories. For now, just sit with the image. A family whose past changes every time you look at it. A town where the present is permanent. A clock that never moves forward. Entry. Where is Springfield? Springfield, the most famous fictional town in American history, has no location. This is by design. Matt Groening, the show's creator, has confirmed that he deliberately chose the name Springfield because it's one of the most common city names in the United States, and because the vagueness was the point. Springfield is meant to feel like it could be anywhere, to feel like your town, to feel like every town. The show has spent 36 years maintaining this vagueness with what can only be described as aggressive precision. Every time an episode seems to establish a geographic clue, another episode contradicts it. Springfield has been placed on or near the coasts, in the heartland, near the Canadian border, near Mexico, in a region that has mountains, in a region that has desert, in a region that has beach access, in a region that gets New England winters. In a single episode, Springfield can be surrounded by forest. In another episode from the same season, it can be surrounded by farmland. The state abbreviation has been shown as NT, which is not a real state abbreviation. Lisa's phone once had an area code that traces to Missouri. The show has suggested at various points that the state begins with a vowel, which narrows the options but not by nearly enough to be satisfying. Matt Groening gave an interview in 2012 where he told Smithsonian Magazine that Springfield was inspired by Springfield, Oregon, a town near where he grew up. This felt, for a brief moment, like the answer. Oregon. Case closed. The show immediately continued placing Springfield in geographic contexts incompatible with Oregon. The writers did not honor the confession. Episodes aired after the interview that were set during weather patterns, near landscape features, and in proximity to other locations that made Oregon impossible. The mystery reasserted itself within weeks. In the episode Behind the Laughter, a 12th season mockumentary that treats the Simpsons family as real people being interviewed for a documentary, Springfield's location is explicitly stated. In the original broadcast, the family is described as being from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The show gave you a definitive answer and then changed the answer depending on which version of the episode you were watching. Springfield's location is genuinely unknowable, not because the writers can't decide, but because the show has decided that unknowability is the entire point. The surface-level explanation is clean and satisfying. Springfield is universal. It belongs to everyone. The geographic impossibility is a feature, not a flaw, because a town that could be anywhere is a town that feels like home to every viewer, regardless of where they actually live. But the deeper readings, which we'll visit on the way down, suggest that Springfield's refusal to have a fixed location serves a different purpose entirely, a darker purpose. One that has less to do with storytelling philosophy and more to do with the mechanisms that keep Springfield's most unsettling secrets hidden from the outside world. Entry: Bart's calls to Moe. It begins as a simple gag. Bart picks up the phone, dials Moe's Tavern, and asks for a customer with a name that sounds completely normal until Moe shouts it across the bar and the whole room hears the punchline. I pee freely. Amanda hug and kiss. Seymour Butts. Alcoholic. The joke is immediate, obvious, the kind of thing a 10-year-old finds hilarious, but the prank calls have been going on for 36 years, and Moe still falls for them. This is the part that moves from surface level into something slightly stranger, if you look at it the right way. Moe Szyslak is not a stupid man. He is not particularly educated, he is not emotionally sophisticated, and he has spent most of his adult life serving alcohol to a man who falls asleep mid-sentence, but he is also someone who has been run over by this exact same trick for 3.5 decades. Bart calls. Moe answers. Moe shouts the name. The bar erupts. Moe realizes he's been had. He threatens violence. The call ends. And then it happens again, and again, and again. There are different ways to read this depending on how far down the iceberg you want to go. The surface reading is simply that it's a recurring gag, the kind of thing a long-running show keeps returning to because it works and the audience enjoys it. Fine. Reasonable. Probably true. But there's a darker reading that fits better with what the show eventually reveals about Moe's character. Moe is one of the loneliest people in Springfield. He is a man who has given up on the idea of being loved, who has spent decades behind a bar listening to other people's problems because he cannot face the silence when the bar is empty. The show eventually reveals, in quiet, devastating little moments scattered across various seasons, that Moe carries a depth of sadness and self-loathing that sits completely at odds with his gruff exterior. Under that reading, the prank calls are not just humiliation. They are, in their strange and cruel way, the most consistent form of contact Moe receives from the outside world. Bart calls him, someone calls him, someone is on the other end of the phone, someone who has been calling him for decades, someone who will keep calling. The call is a prank, but it's also, in the loneliest possible interpretation, a kind of ritual, a reminder that Moe exists, that someone out there knows his number, that the phone can ring. We'll come back to Moe later when we reach the sections about the characters the show quietly destroyed. But start turning this idea over now. The prank calls as connection, the cruelty as continuity. Moe falling for it every time not because he's foolish, but because some part of him, the part that refuses to stop answering the phone, needs the call to come. Entry, the couch gag. Every episode of The Simpsons opens with the same sequence. The clouds part over Springfield. The camera sweeps through the town, past the power plant, past the elementary school, past Moe's tavern. The family rushes home from wherever they've been. They pile onto the couch in front of the television. The theme music swells and resolves, except for the couch. The couch is never the same. The couch gag has been running since the first episode. In early seasons, it was brief, sometimes just a second or two. The family sits down. Something mildly unexpected happens. They look at the camera. Done. But over time, the couch gags grew. They became increasingly elaborate, increasingly strange, increasingly disconnected from anything resembling the show's normal visual language. Guest animators from entirely different studios were brought in. The couch gag became an opportunity to experiment, to subvert, to quietly break the rules of what the show was allowed to be. Some of the most celebrated Simpsons couch gags are genuinely disturbing. There is one where the family runs to the couch and sits, and then a prehistoric sequence begins, showing the ancestors of the Simpsons family evolving and being killed across millions of years of Earth's history until the present-day family arrives and sits down. There is one where Homer wanders alone through a stark, post-apocalyptic Springfield, searching for his family, the music mournful and quiet. There is one, directed by Don Hertzfeldt, where the animation deliberately degrades, the characters dissolving into uncanny nightmare versions of themselves, while the music glitches and the world falls apart around them. On the surface, the couch gag is a joke about television's own repetitive structure. We know you expect the couch scene, here it is, but different. It's self-aware comedy. The show winking at you. But the couch gag has been running so long, has produced so many variations, has pushed so far into experimental and disturbing territory, that it has quietly become something more interesting than a running joke. It has become the show's most honest creative space. The place where the writers and animators can say things the main narrative cannot say. Things like, time is strange here. Things like, the family has been doing this forever and will keep doing it forever. Things like, look at what happens when you put these characters into a reality where the rules are slightly different. The Hertzfeldt couch gag in particular is worth sitting with. The characters speak in glitched, garbled voices. Homer's face stretches into something wrong. Text appears on screen that doesn't make sense. The visual language collapses entirely. And then the family sits on the couch, the way they always do, in the wreckage of everything, and the show continues. There's something in that. Something about what the couch represents. They keep coming back to it. No matter what happens in the episode, no matter what catastrophe unfolds in Springfield, no matter which theory about the fundamental nature of this town turns out to be true, the family ends up on the couch. The couch is home. The couch is the one constant in a universe where everything else is negotiable. Entry: the yellow skin. Every resident of Springfield is yellow. Not the warm tan of a person with olive skin, not the pale cream of someone with Northern European ancestry, not any real human skin tone. Yellow. A specific, saturated, can't-miss-it canary yellow that covers every character from Homer down to the background citizens of Springfield who appear for a single scene and are never named. The official explanation is simple. Matt Groening wanted the show to be immediately recognizable when someone was flipping channels. If you were surfing past The Simpsons, you'd know it instantly, because no other show had characters that color. The yellow was a branding decision. A visual identity marker. That's the surface answer. It's probably the true answer, in the sense of describing what the creator consciously intended. But the yellow skin becomes deeply interesting when you apply the logic of the show's own world to it. Because within Springfield, everyone is yellow. Absolutely everyone. But when guest characters arrive, when celebrities make cameos, when characters visit from outside Springfield, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features are drawn with more realistic detail. They don't have the same bulging eyes, the same overbites, the same four-fingered hands. They look, within the show's own visual universe, like a different kind of being than the people who live in Springfield. The show has tried to address this at various points. Characters from other countries or other cities are drawn to look like caricatures of their cultural identity. But the guests from the United States, the outsiders who wander into Springfield looking relatively normal while everyone around them looks wrong, those outsiders represent something interesting. Within the logic of the show itself, within the universe where Springfield is a real town with real residents who drink real water from a real water supply, the yellow skin is a characteristic exclusive to Springfield's population. It doesn't exist outside the town, and this is the entry point for one of the iceberg's deepest and most elaborate theories, the one that explains the yellow skin not as a creative choice but as a symptom. We'll get to that theory in detail, but for now, just notice the yellow. Notice that it's everywhere inside Springfield and nowhere outside it. Notice that the people of Springfield have all, independently, arrived at the exact same unusual skin coloration. And ask yourself, as you drift towards sleep, what environmental factor could possibly produce a consistent skin change across an entire population of unrelated individuals? The answer, according to the theory that waits further down, is already visible in the Springfield skyline. It has been there since the first episode. It has twin cooling towers and a crack in the wall that was patched with chewing gum. Now, drop us a comment telling us where you are and what time it is. It doesn't matter if it's 3 in the morning in a city you've never told anyone you live in, or 7 in the evening on a Tuesday with nothing else to do. I want to know. And if you're finding this relaxing, go ahead and subscribe. More of this is coming, and you're going to want to be there when it does. Section 2. Just below the surface. The entries that bother you more than they should. We're past the waterline now. The entries in this section are things most regular Simpsons viewers have at least brushed against. You've heard someone mention them at a party, or you've seen a Reddit thread about them that you scrolled through once at 2 in the morning and never fully followed up on. They sit in the part of the iceberg that's technically visible, but only if the light hits the water right. They're the things that make you pause an episode and stare at the screen for a second and then keep watching. The things that mean more than they appear to. Entry: Blinky the Three-Eyed Fish. In the second season of The Simpsons, a fish is pulled from a river near the Springfield nuclear power plant. The fish has 3 eyes, a third eye, centered just above the other 2, blinking along with them as if it has always been there, as if it belongs. The fish's name is Blinky. The name is given by the show with the kind of casual cheerfulness that the show uses to deliver its darkest material. Here is a fish. It has 3 eyes. It has a name. Moving on. But the episode doesn't move on quite as fast as it wants you to believe. Blinky becomes a news story within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of a campaign against Mr. Burns in the nuclear power plant, arguing that a fish with 3 eyes is undeniable evidence of environmental contamination. Burns, rather than acknowledge this or attempt to dispute it on scientific grounds, takes the only route available to a man with his particular relationship to shame. He has Blinky prepared as a meal and eats the fish on live television, smiling at the camera, suggesting that a three-eyed fish is a delicacy, an enhancement, an improvement on the standard two-eyed variety. The town watches. The candidate loses the election. Blinky is forgotten. Life in Springfield continues. What the show never returns to, what the show quietly deposits in the viewer's memory and never picks up again, is the obvious follow-up question. If the water near the nuclear plant is producing three-eyed fish, what is it producing in the people who drink it? The fish swims in the water. The people of Springfield drink the water, cook with it, bathe in it, water their lawns with it. Blinky is a canary in a coal mine made of river water. He is the visible sign of what's invisible everywhere else. The show knows this. It's not an accident that Blinky is introduced in Season 2, early enough to establish the premise before the show starts building the evidence. Season after season, Springfield's relationship with the nuclear plant deepens, the violations accumulate, the contamination spreads, and Blinky sits in the memory of anyone who's been watching long enough, three-eyed and blinking, the most honest thing the show ever produced. The fish has three eyes because the water is wrong. The water is wrong because the plant is leaking. The plant is leaking because its owner refuses to fix it. Its owner refuses to fix it because fixing it would require admitting it was broken. And admitting it was broken would mean someone might start asking questions about what the brokenness had already done to the fish, to the water, to the people drinking it. Entry: The crayon in Homer's brain. In the 12th season, the show reveals something that the audience has been sort of half suspecting for 12 years. Homer Simpson is not the kind of stupid that just happens. He was not born this way. He did not arrive at his current intellectual state through a natural process of limited education and poor choices. Homer's diminished cognitive function has a specific, physical cause. It is a crayon. A red crayon, lodged in his brain since childhood, physically pressing against the frontal lobe, suppressing his intelligence for his entire adult life. The discovery happens almost by accident. Homer goes to the doctor for what he assumes is a routine examination. The imaging reveals the obstruction. The crayon is removed. And Homer, for the first and possibly only time in his adult life, becomes the person he was always meant to be. His IQ climbs to 105. He starts reading. He has ideas. He articulates those ideas clearly. He looks around at his life, at Springfield, at the nuclear plant, at the architecture of his own existence, and he sees it. He actually sees it, and it makes him miserable. The version of Homer without the crayon is not a happy man. He is a clear-eyed man, which in Springfield turns out to be a completely different thing. He sees that his job is degrading and pointless. He sees that the town around him is deeply dysfunctional. He sees the gap between what his life is and what it could have been. The intelligence that was supposed to be a gift becomes a curse. Because intelligence in Springfield is awareness, and awareness in Springfield is pain. By the end of the episode, Homer chooses to have the crayon reinserted. He chooses stupidity. He chooses the fog. He writes Lisa a note before the procedure, a note that is one of the sweetest and most heartbreaking things the show ever produced, telling her that even though he won't remember writing it, he loves her and he's proud of her. And he puts the note in an envelope and goes back to not being able to understand why he's proud of her. The surface reading of this episode is a meditation on happiness versus intelligence, on whether it's better to see the world clearly or to live in it comfortably. That reading is real and the episode earns it. But there's a quieter question buried in the premise that the show never addresses. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place, and how did nobody notice? Homer grew up in Springfield. He went to school in Springfield. He saw doctors in Springfield, presumably had checkups, presumably was examined at various points in his childhood. And not one of those doctors, not one of those checkups, not one of those examinations ever located a foreign object inside his skull. Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent beyond any reasonable definition of incompetence, or someone knew it was there and chose not to mention it. Entry: Sideshow Bob and the question of rehabilitation. Sideshow Bob has tried to kill Bart Simpson more times than any reliable count can track. He has engineered elaborate schemes that span multiple episodes and several countries. He has demonstrated, repeatedly and with a kind of grim dedication that borders on the devotional, that his primary purpose in life is the elimination of a 10-year-old boy. And between each attempt, the justice system of Springfield releases him back into the world. This is played primarily for comedy. The joke is that Sideshow Bob is the most recurrently incompetent villain in television history, foiled by a child on a dozen separate occasions, and yet somehow manages to keep getting paroled and keep returning. The parole board scenes are excellent television. Bob, in his prison jumpsuit with his enormous sideswept hair, presenting his case for rehabilitation with the practiced eloquence of a man who has had enormous amounts of practice. The board, which presumably knows about the previous attempts, releasing him anyway. The cycle resuming. The darker reading of Sideshow Bob is not about the comedy of incompetent villainy. It's about what Sideshow Bob's existence reveals about Springfield's justice system and, more specifically, about what the system chooses to do and not do with dangerous people. Sideshow Bob is articulate, educated, operatically brilliant in the way that certain people are brilliant when intelligence has been given no useful outlet. He has a Harvard education. He speaks Italian. He has genuine talent as a performer and as a thinker, and he has directed every scrap of that talent toward murdering a child. The system keeps releasing him, and the question that sits underneath the comedy is, why? What is the Springfield justice system protecting? Who benefits from Sideshow Bob remaining in circulation, rather than serving the kind of sentence that his repeated, documented, witnessed attempts at murder would suggest is appropriate? Chief Wiggum, who is responsible for apprehending Bob each time, seems to regard the whole process as mildly inconvenient rather than alarming. The parole board exists in a kind of serene disconnect from Bob's documented history. The legal apparatus of Springfield functions, or doesn't function, in a way that consistently produces outcomes incompatible with the stated purpose of a justice system. We'll return to the full architecture of Springfield's legal and political corruption in a later section. But Bob is the entry point. Bob is the thing that makes you first ask, wait, who is this system actually protecting? Because it very clearly isn't protecting Bart. Entry. Krusty the Clown looks like Homer. Here is a thing the show has never addressed and yet has had 36 years to address if it wanted to. Krusty the Clown and Homer Simpson look almost identical without the clown makeup. This is not a fan theory. The show itself has acknowledged it, sort of, in the episode Krusty Gets Busted, where Bart realizes that Sideshow Bob framed Krusty by disguising himself as Krusty, and the disguise worked because Krusty without makeup looks enough like Homer that a rushed witness could confuse the two. The show uses the resemblance as a plot point. It does not explain it. The fan theory that has accumulated around this resemblance over the decades is genuinely strange. The idea is that Krusty and Homer are brothers or half-brothers or cousins or in some way connected by blood. That the Springfield community has, through some combination of knowing and not knowing, accepted a situation where two men who look nearly identical, live in the same town, occupy very different social positions, and have never been publicly connected as relatives. There is supporting evidence scattered through the episodes. Krusty's father is a rabbi. Homer's family background, while primarily drawn from Abe Simpson's side of things, has some suggestive loose ends. The show has never drawn the connection explicitly, has never provided a scene where someone looks at them both and says the obvious thing. It has simply let the resemblance sit there for 3.5 decades, visible, unaddressed, a piece of potential story that the writers either deliberately declined to tell or simply decided was funnier as a mystery than as a resolution. But consider what it would mean if the resemblance were real. Consider what it would mean if Krusty is, in some biological sense, Homer's family, and neither of them knows it. Homer has spent his adult life being ignored by the richest man in town and longing for a version of his family that feels complete. And there, on television, performing for children on Channel 6, is someone who shares his face. Someone who, if the connection were ever acknowledged, would be part of the family that Homer has been building and defending and dreaming about for 36 years. The show will probably never tell that story, but the resemblance will keep sitting there, episode after episode, visible to anyone who looks. The face that appears in two places. The family that is almost named. Entry. The Treehouse of Horror question. Every Halloween, for 36 years, The Simpsons has aired a Treehouse of Horror episode. 3 segments, each one operating outside the show's normal continuity. Characters die. Reality bends. Homer fights aliens. Bart has psychic powers. The universe folds in on itself in ways that the regular show politely declines to explain. The official position is that Treehouse of Horror episodes are non-canonical. They're anthology horror comedy shorts. They don't count. When Bart dies in a Treehouse segment, he's back at school the following week because the death didn't happen in the real show's timeline. The events of the Halloween episodes exist in a separate space, a pocket dimension of the Simpsons universe where the rules are relaxed and the stakes are fictional. But here's the thing that the long-term viewers have noticed. The lines between Treehouse of Horror and regular episodes have, over the years, grown increasingly blurry. The regular show has always contained surreal elements. Homer meeting God, Homer traveling to an alternate dimension, Homer going to space. The show has a long history of episodes that push against the edges of what a realistic family sitcom would normally allow. And as the seasons progressed, as the show's early commitment to grounded domestic storytelling gave way to more fantastical plots, the distance between what happens in a regular episode and what happens in a Treehouse segment became harder to measure. Some fans have proposed a reading where the Treehouse episodes are not separate at all, where they are simply the regular episodes with the show's own denial stripped away, where everything that happens in a Treehouse segment is something that Springfield's reality is actually capable of, just never acknowledged in the daylight hours of a regular broadcast. Under that reading, the horror anthology format isn't a vacation from the show's reality, it's the show's reality with the lights on. Entry: the 342 safety violations. The Springfield nuclear power plant was subjected to a surprise safety inspection. The inspection found 342 violations, 342 separate instances where the facility failed to meet basic safety standards. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $5–6 million, and Mr. Burns refused to spend it. Not because he couldn't, he is a billionaire many times over, but because spending the money would mean acknowledging the violations existed, and acknowledging the violations would mean answering questions about what those violations had already done. The violations the show depicts are not minor. Radioactive waste being dumped into bodies of water. Radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium being used as a paperweight. Cooling towers patched with chewing gum. Luminous rats in the basement. And human skeletons. The show drops this one casually and then moves past it without looking back. Human skeletons in the basement of a working nuclear facility. No explanation, no investigation, no names. The person whose job it is to prevent all of this from continuing is Homer Simpson. Homer is the nuclear safety inspector at Sector 7G. This is his title. This is his official function within the plant. He is the designated human being, whose professional responsibility is to stand between the 342 violations and the people living downwind of them. And he sleeps at his workstation. He eats donuts during meltdown warnings. He once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen to it. The show's creator has stated that Homer has an IQ of 55. In the episode where the crayon is discovered and removed, Homer's IQ rises to 105 with the obstruction gone. With the crayon in place, his baseline intelligence is clinically impaired. This is the nuclear safety inspector. This is the person with the access badge and the clipboard, and the legal responsibility for ensuring the plant that powers all of Springfield does not slowly destroy the people who live near it. Burns hired him deliberately. We'll establish that more fully later. But the 342 violations are the most concentrated version of the show's central horror, that a facility capable of poisoning an entire town has been given a guardian whose defining characteristic is being unable to notice what he's guarding against. Section 3, Getting Deeper. The entries where the show starts to tell you something. This is the layer where casual curiosity becomes something more like obsession. These are the entries that regular viewers know exist, but tend to brush aside because engaging with them fully would require accepting that The Simpsons is doing something considerably more deliberate and considerably darker than it presents itself as doing. This is where the iceberg gets cold. Entry: Ned Flanders and the Behavioral Cage. Ned Flanders is the nicest man in Springfield. He is generous to the point of self-destruction, patient to the point of sainthood, devout in a way that the show treats as both genuine and mildly absurd. He is everything Homer Simpson is not. He exercises. He reads. He maintains his house. He raises his children with care and consistency. He forgives people who have wronged him with a graciousness that the show sometimes plays for laughs, but that, in its quieter moments, presents as something real. And the show has been systematically destroying him for 36 years. Ned's wife Maude died because Homer was ducking T-shirts being fired from a cannon at the Springfield Speedway, and the T-shirts that missed Homer hit Maude and knocked her off the bleachers. Homer's selfishness, expressed in one reflexive physical movement, killed the wife of the most patient man in Springfield. Ned forgave him. Ned always forgives. His house was destroyed by a hurricane while every other house on Evergreen Terrace survived. The community rallied to rebuild it, and Homer organized the effort. And the effort was so incompetent, the workmanship so catastrophically bad, that the rebuilt house collapsed in about 30 seconds while Ned was watching. At this point, something in Ned broke. He screamed. He insulted the entire town. He said things he had clearly been holding for years, not just about Homer, about everyone, about the endless cycle of patience and goodwill and forgiveness that had produced nothing but loss and embarrassment and a pile of lumber where his house used to be. He was institutionalized. And in the institution, the show did something it had been quietly preparing for years. It revealed that Ned's niceness is not natural. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. Ned, as a young child, was aggressive, uncontrollable. His parents, beatniks who did not believe in discipline, took him to a psychiatrist named Dr. Foster. And Dr. Foster, over years of therapy involving techniques that the show implies were more coercive than compassionate, conditioned the rage out of Ned, replaced it with compliance, built a psychological cage around the feral child and filled it with kindness, patience, and faith. Ned's goodness is a cage. His patience is a conditioned response. His forgiveness is what happens when a person's brain has been rewired to prevent the experience of legitimate anger. When the hurricane destroys his house and the community's incompetent repair collapses it, Ned doesn't choose to scream. His conditioning fails, briefly, and the person underneath surfaces. And the person underneath is terrifying, not because he is violent, but because the despair that emerges is absolute. Everything about Ned reads differently after the revelation. His relationship with Homer is not the saintly tolerance of a truly good man. It is the pathological endurance of a man who has been physically prevented, at the neurological level, from responding to Homer the way any normal person would. His faith is not spiritual conviction. It's the framework that holds the conditioning in place. It is the story he tells himself about why he keeps suffering despite doing everything right. And here is the detail that sits at the center of the Ned Flanders theory. God speaks to Homer. The show has depicted multiple direct conversations between Homer Simpson and God, face to face. Homer falling asleep in church, Homer losing faith, Homer encountering the divine in various comedic settings, and God being there, talking back, responding. God has never spoken to Ned, not once. In 36 seasons of a show where God is a confirmed character who occasionally drops by to chat with Homer, the most devout man in Springfield has received nothing. No guidance, no comfort, no acknowledgement. The drunk man who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The faithful man who has given his entire life to the practice of that faith receives silence. The show is telling you something with this. It is saying, quietly and persistently, that goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. That moral behavior does not produce outcomes. That the system, whatever the system is, does not care about virtue. It cares about something else entirely. And Ned, who has dedicated 36 years to being the best possible version of a person, has not yet figured out what that something else might be. He lives next door to Homer, who has figured it out through no conscious effort at all. Entry, Mr. Burns and the question of his age. Charles Montgomery Burns was born sometime in the late 19th century. The show has been deliberately vague about the exact year, producing across its run a range of birth dates that, depending on which episode you're citing, he could place his birth anywhere from the 1880s to the early 1900s. The most conservative reading puts him somewhere north of 100 years old. The more liberal readings push him toward 140. He is functional. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He engages in political manipulation at the municipal level and occasionally beyond it. His physical form is deteriorated, certainly. He is thin to the point of structural improbability, his bones visible in certain lighting conditions, his strength negligible, but his mind is sharp, razor sharp. Mr. Burns is, by any reasonable assessment, the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, capable of long-term planning and institutional manipulation that nobody else in town comes close to matching. The show has acknowledged at various points that Burns has personal memories of events from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. He describes the Gilded Age not as history but as lived experience. He references World War I and World War II from the perspective of a participant. He knew Howard Hughes personally. He attended Yale. He served, in a morally compromised capacity, in the Second World War, during which he stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government and kept it hidden for decades. By the ordinary laws of biology, Burns should not be alive. He should have been dead for 50 years by the time the show began. The show does not dispute this. The show addresses it directly, in a way that is played for laughs, but that, once you accept its implications, is genuinely horrifying. In the episode The Springfield Files, an episode we'll visit again in more depth when we reach the radiation theory section, it is revealed that Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy, that it produces a visible effect on his body. After each treatment session, Burns glows. His body emits a soft green light. And the treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week, at which point he must receive another dose or his biological functions will cease. He is being kept alive artificially, not through medicine in any conventional sense, through a precise weekly intervention that his body has become dependent on. Without it, every disease and condition that his extraordinary age has deposited in his system would advance simultaneously and kill him within days. The treatment schedule is managed by Smithers. This is the foundation of their relationship. Not loyalty, exactly, or not only loyalty. Burns relies on Smithers to ensure the treatments happen on schedule, to manage the appointments, to monitor his condition. If Smithers left, if Smithers were removed from his position, Burns would miss a dose, and missing a dose would be fatal. Smithers knows this. He has always known this. And this knowledge is the real architecture of their relationship, underneath whatever else is happening between them. Smithers doesn't just work for Burns. Smithers is the mechanism of Burns's continued existence. Entry. Springfield's amnesia mechanism. The town of Springfield resets. This is well established. Catastrophic events happen, world-altering catastrophes. And by the next episode, nothing has changed. Nobody remembers. Nobody references what happened. The slate is wiped clean. The town has been sealed under a dome by the federal government. It was released. Nobody appears to be traumatized. The town has been invaded. It recovered. The nuclear plant has experienced multiple near disasters that, in any version of reality governed by consequence, would have produced regulatory intervention, public outcry, evacuation orders. Instead, the next episode begins with Homer going to work. The surface explanation is episodic storytelling. The show does not maintain continuity between episodes because maintaining continuity would make the show harder to produce, harder to air in syndication, and harder for new viewers to enter. This is true. It's a real production decision made for real practical reasons. But The Simpsons ran long enough that a separate explanation became necessary. Because you can only reset so many times before the resetting becomes, itself, a notable feature of Springfield's reality. Before it stops being a production decision and starts being something the show is telling you about the nature of the place. The episode The Principal and the Pauper, which we'll examine in extensive detail later, is the one time the show let you watch the reset happen in real time. The mechanism was visible. The town voted. They voted to accept a lie, to criminalize the truth, and to exile the person who had insisted on the truth in front of them. The reset was not unconscious. It was deliberate. It was a collective decision, made by a community that understood the consequences of remembering and chose not to. Springfield forgets catastrophes because it decides to forget them. Because the alternative, remembering the dome, remembering the contamination, remembering the plant, remembering everything the plant implies about the health of every person living within its shadow, would require action. And action would require confronting Burns. And confronting Burns would destabilize the economy. And the economy destabilizing would mean the town itself could not survive. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make forgetting the law. They expel the people who refuse to forget. The amnesia isn't a flaw in the storytelling. It's the most realistic thing about Springfield. It's the most human thing about Springfield. Because this is exactly what communities do when the truth is expensive. Entry. What the plant has already done. Before we move into the full radiation theory, which comes in its own dedicated section, let's establish the baseline. Let's look at what the show has directly told us, not through implication but through explicit on-screen statements about the current state of Springfield's environment. The plant has been dumping radioactive waste into local waterways for decades. This is not a fan inference. The 342 violations include this directly. The water supply, the same water supply that every resident of Springfield drinks from, cooks with, bathes in, is documented as being contaminated with radioactive material. The plant's cooling towers are cracked. They have been patched, repeatedly and inadequately, with materials including chewing gum. The cracks mean that what is being released into the air around the plant is not just steam, it is contaminated steam. The air in Springfield, around the cooling towers, has been carrying particles from an inadequately contained nuclear reactor. The soil around the plant, where waste has been disposed of in violation of multiple federal regulations, is contaminated. The food grown in that soil, if Springfield has any agricultural activity near the plant, would carry whatever is in the soil. And then there is the dome. In the Simpsons movie, Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a threshold that the federal government, operating within the logic of the show's own universe, determines requires physical containment. The United States government, represented in the film by the EPA, looks at Springfield and concludes that the only appropriate response to the level of contamination present is to seal the entire town under a glass dome to prevent the pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. Think about what that means. The United States federal government classified Springfield as an environmental hazard, not a town with environmental problems. An environmental hazard. The distinction matters. An environmental hazard is not a place where people need to be warned about the water. It's a place where the environment itself has become dangerous to the wider world. It's a place that is, in the judgment of federal regulators, too contaminated to be allowed to remain in contact with the surrounding environment. That is the town where the Simpsons family lives. That is the water they drink. That is the air they breathe. That is the reality that every theory in this iceberg, at every depth, is trying to account for. And nobody in Springfield, nobody who hasn't been driven mad with grief the way Lisa occasionally is, seems to notice or care. Section 4. The conspiracy layer. Where the individual entries connect into something larger. This is where the iceberg stops being a collection of interesting observations about a long-running cartoon and becomes something that feels, when you sit with it in a quiet room, genuinely troubling. The entries in this section are not about individual quirks or dark character readings. They're about the architecture of Springfield itself, about who built it, who maintains it, and what it was built to do. Entry. Burns employed Homer deliberately. The show gives you the evidence for this slowly, over many seasons. It never assembles the evidence into a single conclusive scene, because doing so would be too explicit for a comedy. But the evidence is there, and once you've seen it, the narrative of Homer Simpson's life changes completely. When German investors briefly purchased the Springfield nuclear power plant from Burns, the first thing they did, within days of acquiring the facility, was fire Homer. Not because they had conducted a thorough review of his performance, though a thorough review would certainly have justified the decision, but because he was visibly, obviously, demonstrably unqualified for the job he held. He was sleeping at his workstation. He was eating donuts during operational alerts. He was a safety inspector who was not safe, who did not inspect, and who represented a fundamental liability to any owner of the facility who cared about liability. The second thing the German investors did was commission a comprehensive assessment of the cost of bringing the plant up to code. The estimate was so large, and the violations so numerous and so deeply embedded in the facility's operation, that the investors nearly went bankrupt from the, quote, alone. They sold the plant back to Burns. Burns immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector, properly motivated and legally empowered, would shut the plant down within a week. The violations are extensive enough, documented enough, and serious enough that anyone doing the job properly would have no choice but to report them, at which point regulatory authorities would be involved, at which point the plant would either be forced to undertake the costly remediation or cease operation. Either outcome ends the regime. Either outcome costs Burns his mechanism of control over Springfield. Homer ensures the violations continue. Not through malice. Homer has no malice in him worth measuring, but through the beautiful, passive, reliable incompetence of a man whose cognitive function is too impaired to notice what he's supposed to be noticing. Homer is not a bad safety inspector. He is the perfect bad safety inspector, someone who comes in every day, maintains the appearance of a functioning safety program, and fails to see or report a single thing that would endanger the plant's continued operation. Burns chose him. Burns keeps him, not through affection or inertia, but because Homer Simpson is the most valuable asset the plant has, more valuable than the reactor itself, because the reactor produces electricity, but Homer produces impunity. While Homer is the safety inspector, the plant can operate indefinitely without ever being shut down. And there is one additional piece, which the show reveals in a later season in almost a throwaway line. Burns and Grandpa Simpson struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime, possibly something related to the plant's operations, possibly something connected to Mona Simpson's story, and Abe found out about it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment. No matter what Homer did, no matter how many errors he accumulated, no matter how many times a reasonable employer would have let him go, Homer would always have a job at the plant. The show at one point documents 742 errors attributed to Homer's time at the facility. 742. And he was never permanently fired, because a deal made between two old men in secret, a deal that Homer never knew existed, protected him. Homer's employment isn't the show's central absurdist joke. It's the cornerstone of the conspiracy. Entry: Mona Simpson's exile and its consequences. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer Simpson's mother was dead. That was the story. Abe Simpson told his son that his mother had passed away when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned. He grew up with the grief of a child who lost his mother before he was old enough to understand what he'd lost, and he carried that grief into adulthood in the form of a desperate and sometimes pathetic need to be loved by everyone around him. Homer's clinginess with Marge, his terror of abandonment, his compulsive need for approval from people who treat him poorly, his inability to leave a job where his employer can't remember his name after decades of service, all of it. Every psychological crack in Homer's personality, every place where his emotional life is warped or broken, traces back to the absence of his mother, to a loss he was told was natural, but that he has never quite gotten over. In the 7th season, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson, and it is one of the most acclaimed episodes in the show's entire run. Homer discovers by accident that according to municipal records, his mother is alive. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was, in one of the show's small, perfect details, the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been passing off the headstone of one of America's great literary figures as the burial site of his wife. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery. She had been visiting the grave she believed was her son's, the grave she'd been told Homer was buried under when he died in a fake death Homer staged earlier in the same episode to get out of work. The reunion that follows is, for a show that frequently avoids direct emotional engagement, a genuinely moving thing. And then Mona tells him the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because the man who owned the nuclear power plant, the same man Homer would grow up to work for without ever knowing the connection, had identified her to the FBI and she had no choice. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson, then a housewife in Springfield with a young son and a life that seemed ordinary in every way, became politically radicalized during the counterculture movement. She joined a group of activists who targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Not just a nuclear power plant, a biological weapons facility. Burns was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in the same town where he would later operate a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations. In the same town where children were growing up, drinking the water, playing on the same land, Mona's group broke into the lab and destroyed the biological agent inside. During the escape, she stopped to help someone who had fallen. That person was Burns. He saw her face. He reported her to the FBI. And from that day forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She kissed her sleeping son goodbye and disappeared. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Now layer this onto everything else. Burns destroyed Mona's life because she destroyed his weapons lab. Mona was forced into exile because of Burns. Homer grew up motherless because of Burns. Homer's psychological damage, the desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the cognitive impairment from a crayon nobody thought to remove, is the direct product of a childhood defined by a loss that Burns engineered. And Homer, who carries all of this damage inside him, works for Burns. Works for Burns without knowing this, without being able to make the connection, without being able to look at the man who signs his checks and recognize him as the architect of his own ruin. Burns didn't just take Homer's mother, he took Homer's potential. He ensured that the man Homer could have been, the clear-eyed, articulate, capable person the crayon removal episode briefly glimpsed, would never have the chance to exist. Because a child who grows up without a mother, in a town contaminated by a plant operated by the same man who took that mother away, in a household where the secret is maintained by a father who made a deal with the enemy, does not grow up to be capable of understanding the architecture of his own suffering. Homer is too damaged to see the pattern. Burns is too powerful for the pattern to matter. And Springfield is too committed to its collective amnesia to let anyone with an outside perspective name what they're looking at. Entry: the Biological Weapons Laboratory. The existence of Burns's biological weapons lab is mentioned in one episode and never referenced again. This is the show's standard operating procedure with its most disturbing material. State it once, let it land, move on. But the implications of the biological weapons lab are significant enough to justify sitting with them longer than the show does. Burns owned a facility in Springfield, within or near a residential community, where biological weapons were being manufactured. Weaponized pathogens, designed to cause mass illness, created and stored in the same geographic area where Homer Simpson's mother was raising her family, where the people of Springfield were living their lives, where the water supply that also carries nuclear waste runs through. What was the purpose of this facility? The show does not say. Burns is a billionaire with interests in multiple industries, and the specific customer or use case for the biological agents stored in the lab is never established. The lab is simply there, a thing that existed, a thing that a group of activists felt justified in destroying, a thing that Burns felt justified in retaliating over by destroying the life of a young mother. The retaliation is, in some ways, the most revealing detail. Burns did not call the police about the break-in and let the legal system handle it. He personally identified Mona Simpson and personally ensured she was reported to the FBI and personally maintained the pursuit. Decades later, still recognizing her from a cab window when she briefly returned to Springfield in the 7th season. He called the authorities himself. He made sure she had to leave again. He did not let it go. The personal investment in the pursuit of a woman who destroyed his weapons lab suggests something about how Burns understood the lab and what it meant to him. This was not a commercial asset he was protecting for investment reasons. This was something he cared about specifically, something he considered important enough to spend decades ensuring the person who disrupted it could never return to a normal life. What does it mean for Springfield that a man with Burns's resources and Burns's psychology operated a biological weapons facility in the community that he also powered with a nuclear reactor he refused to maintain? What else might he have done, or be doing, that the show hasn't mentioned? Entry: the 3 generations of damage. Lay the timeline out flat and look at it. Charles Montgomery Burns arrives in Springfield at some point in the distant past with the inherited wealth of a dynasty that predates the Industrial Revolution. He builds a nuclear power plant. He builds a biological weapons laboratory. He operates both with the absolute certainty of a man who has never faced meaningful accountability for anything. In 1969, a young mother named Mona Simpson participates in the destruction of the biological weapons lab. Burns identifies her and reports her to the FBI. Mona is forced to flee her family. Her son Homer, approximately 6 years old at the time, wakes up one morning and his mother is gone. Homer grows up without her, without knowing why she left. carrying the grief of an abandoned child into every relationship he will ever have. He develops, through some combination of grief and trauma and whatever is in Springfield's water and possibly a crayon, the psychological and cognitive profile of a man who cannot take care of himself, who needs approval from every quarter, who cannot imagine leaving a job where his boss forgets his name, because the job, however degrading, is a form of security. Homer's father Abe, who knows why Mona left, who knows that Burns drove her away, makes a deal with Burns to ensure Homer's employment at the plant. Homer works for the man who destroyed his family, protected by a secret agreement between his father and his mother's persecutor, without knowing any of it. Burns's plant contaminates the water Homer drinks, the air Homer breathes, the land where Homer's children play. Homer's children, Bart and Lisa and Maggie, are born and raised in the contaminated environment, educated in the school that Burns drained of funding to drill for oil, raised on electricity generated by a reactor that is simultaneously the source of their family's income and the mechanism of their biological mutation. And nobody, at any point across all 3 generations, connects the dots. Mona couldn't come home to explain. Abe kept the deal. Homer can't see the pattern. The children are inside the loop before they're old enough to understand that loops exist. Burns built a system, and the system consumed 3 generations of one family without ever having to acknowledge that it was doing so. This is the conspiracy, not a conspiracy of shadowy figures in a room, a conspiracy of architecture, a system that produces outcomes so consistently damaging and so perfectly self-concealing that no individual act of malice is required to maintain it. The system runs itself. Homer goes to work every day. Burns stays in his mansion. The plant keeps leaking. The water stays wrong. The children of Springfield grow up 4-fingered and yellow and thinking this is just how the world is. Section 5. The Homer Coma Theory. The theory that reframes everything. On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of the 4th season of The Simpsons aired. Its title was, So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple and unassuming. Bart, inspired by the holiday, orchestrates a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer. The final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker, then leaving it for Homer to find. When Homer opens the can, the explosion launches him into the hospital with injuries severe enough to require a stay. In the hospital, Homer attempts to get a candy bar from a vending machine on the other side of the room. The vending machine tips over. It falls on Homer. He flatlines. And Homer Simpson enters a coma, a clinically unconscious state that lasts for 7 weeks, during which the show is structured around the family's vigil at his bedside and the clips from previous episodes that play in Homer's mind. The episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart, tearful, confesses at his father's bedside that the entire chain of events was his fault, that the prank set everything in motion, that Homer nearly died because of something Bart did. Homer springs awake immediately and without apparent transition and begins strangling his son. The family laughs. The music swells. The episode ends. And then the show adds one more piece of information, almost as an afterthought. Homer, upon waking, is told that he has suffered permanent brain damage during the coma. He has lost 5% of his brain function. Gone, destroyed, never returning. Homer's response to this information is to laugh. He says he doesn't know why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. No one finds it alarming. The episode ends. And The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if none of it happened. Unless it didn't happen. Unless the ending the show presented wasn't an ending at all. This is the Homer coma theory, originally proposed by a Reddit user and subsequently developed, refined, debated, and expanded by the show's fan community into the single most coherent and internally consistent theory in the history of Simpsons analysis. The premise is this. Homer did not wake up from the coma in April 1993. Everything that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every impossible event, every guest appearance, every moment of surreal humor that the show has deployed across 32 years of post-coma broadcasting is a dream. The dream of a man lying unconscious in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function, while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. Let's walk through the evidence the way you walk through a dark house. Carefully, testing the floor before putting your weight down. The before and after. The case for the coma theory begins with a tonal shift that longtime viewers have noticed and debated for decades. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a different show. Not completely different, it was always a cartoon, always satirical, always willing to stretch the limits of realism for a good joke. But the storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers whether her marriage is what she wanted. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher that makes her question everything she thought she knew about authority and intelligence. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a year, a genuinely grounding story about a child reckoning with consequences. These are everyday family problems. Told through satire, yes. Elevated by extraordinary performances and brilliant writing, absolutely. But rooted in the kind of situations that real families recognize from real life. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure, the ordinary texture of a working-class family in a mid-sized American city. After the coma, the show begins its drift. Homer goes to space. Homer joins a secret society called the Stonecutters. Homer discovers that his mother is alive and a fugitive radical. Homer meets God twice. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer is elected sanitation commissioner. Homer becomes a professional boxer. Homer joins the grunge scene. Homer visits Brazil, Japan, Australia, Africa, and multiple European countries. Homer befriends an endless parade of celebrities. Homer survives injuries that would disable a platoon. The escalation from grounded domestic comedy to a show where the main character has held hundreds of different jobs, traveled to dozens of countries, met multiple presidents, and survived. Physical trauma that defies all biological precedent is so dramatic, so seismic in terms of the show's tonal identity, that the fan community has been arguing about when The Simpsons went wrong for 20 years. The coma theory's answer to that debate is both simple and devastating. The Simpsons didn't go wrong. Homer's brain went wrong. And the show has been faithfully recording the deterioration ever since. The God Prophecy? 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere Homer the Heretic, Homer Simpson has a face-to-face conversation with God. This is presented in the show's characteristic mixture of the absurd and the earnest. Homer has been skipping church. God appears to him. They talk. And during the conversation, God tells Homer something that the show presents as a throwaway theological gag, but that, under the coma theory, sounds like something else entirely. God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. Not yet. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is exact. God told Homer his conscious life was nearly over. He told him that the things he needed to know, the meaning underneath the surface of his life, were coming, but not in the version of existence he was currently occupying. And 6 months later, Homer lost consciousness. And in the dream that followed, across 32 years of escalating strangeness and impossible adventure and celebrity cameos and world travel, Homer has been moving, without knowing it, through the space that God described. The space of not yet. The coma theory reads this as prophecy. God was telling Homer that his waking life was almost finished, that what came next would be different, that the next version of his experience would be one where the rules were looser, where the stakes were different, where the things that could happen to a man expanded beyond the boundaries of the ordinary life he had been living. Why nobody ages? The aging problem is the iceberg's most stubborn surface feature. Nobody in Springfield ages. Every theory eventually has to address this. The coma theory's answer is the most elegant one available. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children don't age. His unconscious brain can't imagine them growing up because he wasn't conscious to watch it happen. His wife doesn't age because the last time he saw her, that's what she looked like. His friends don't change because his memory of them is fixed at the moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it, because that is what coma does to the mind. It locks you in. It freezes the world at the last moment you experienced it. And every episode since April 1993 is Homer's brain running simulations of a life he is no longer living, using the only reference material it has, the world as it existed on the day he went under. The celebrity appearances, the explosion of guest stars in later seasons, fit this reading too. Homer's brain, receiving ambient stimuli from the hospital room, processing sounds from the television, from conversations happening at his bedside, from the radio, or from visitors who don't know what he can hear, incorporates those signals into the dream. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a dream character by a brain trying desperately to keep the simulation populated. The show acknowledging itself. The show knows about the coma theory. This is not speculation. In season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma and reveals that every outlandish episode since 1993 was just a dream. The show's writers created this scene, animated it, and then surrounded it with a framing story about it being a hoax, a fake scene planted by hackers, something the show disavows. But they made it. They animated Homer waking from a coma and acknowledging the theory. They put it on screen, and then they wrapped it in enough deniability to let the show continue without committing to the answer. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015 and dismissed it. He said it isn't true. He offered no alternative explanation for why nobody ages. He offered no accounting for the tonal shift after season 4. He said it wasn't true, and the interview moved on. But the theory didn't move on. Because the theory does something that Al Jean's dismissal doesn't do. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly disconnected plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes, the fact that Homer can survive anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind can't kill him because his mind is telling the story, the emotional core. The part of the coma theory that stays with you after the analytical case is made is the emotional one. If the theory is true, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It's grief. It's a father dreaming about his family because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. Homer's deepest wish is so simple it would break your heart to hear it out loud. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, impossible little boy. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone in her bedroom. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in both hands. In the coma, the dream gives him all of it. His family preserved exactly as they were. His children never growing up. His wife never leaving. His life never ending. Not a nightmare. The only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the credits roll and everything returns to normal, it isn't lazy writing. It's Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, the dream stops. And if the dream stops, Homer has to find out how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge is still sitting beside his bed, whether anyone is. Section 6. The Radiation Mutation Theory. The theory that explains everything visible. The Homer coma theory explains the show from the inside, from the perspective of a dreaming mind producing the events the audience watches. The radiation mutation theory explains the show from the outside, from the perspective of a real town experiencing real consequences that nobody is naming. These two theories are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist. They can even reinforce each other in ways we'll explore. But the radiation theory has something the coma theory doesn't have. Visible, concrete, on-screen evidence that doesn't require any metaphysical framework to observe. You just have to look at the characters. The visible evidence. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite. Bulging eyes, 4 fingers on each hand. A skull shape that doesn't correspond to any normal human anatomy. An IQ, as stated by the show's creator, of 55. A body that can absorb punishment that would kill any normal human being multiple times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, hit by cars, survived explosions. His healing rate is absurd. His pain tolerance is inhuman. And he has worked inside a nuclear facility, in direct proximity to an active reactor core, for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers, hair that defies physics and gravity in a way that no hair product could produce or maintain, growing straight upward in a tower that has maintained its exact shape for 36 years. Marge worked at the plant herself, briefly. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking radiation. Her children were all born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water and breathing the same air and living under the shadow of the same cracked cooling towers every single day of their lives, all displaying physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the four fingers, the yellow skin, the outsider comparison. Here is the detail that the radiation theory rests its heaviest weight on, and it's a detail that was always visible, always there in plain sight, waiting for someone to notice it was significant. When guest characters arrive in Springfield, when celebrities make cameos, when characters who live outside the town cross the Springfield city limits, they look different. Not slightly different. Fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features are drawn with more detail. Their eyes are shaped more closely to actual human eyes. Their faces have greater anatomical specificity. They look, within the show's own visual language, like a different kind of being than the residents of Springfield. The standard explanation is that this is the art style. The show uses stylized character design for its main cast and designs guest characters more realistically to make them recognizable. This explanation is reasonable. It's the production explanation. But within the logic of the show's own universe, within the reality where Springfield is a real town and the Simpsons are a real family, the visual difference between Springfield residents and outsiders represents something. It represents an observable, consistent, physical distinction between people who live inside the contamination zone and people who don't. The people inside look different from the people outside. And the difference is in exactly the features that radiation exposure would affect. Biological mutation at the cellular level, persistent across generations, producing visible physical abnormalities in a geographically concentrated population. The animal evidence, the radiation theory extends beyond the human population. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same disproportionate features that deviate from normal canine anatomy. The family's dog looks like the family. Blinky the three-eyed fish, introduced in Season 2, is the most direct piece of evidence the show ever produced for the radiation theory. A fish with a visible mutation, caught in the water near the plant, is the literal definition of environmental contamination producing biological effects. The show presents this as unambiguous evidence of what the plant is doing to living organisms in its proximity, and then it asks you to believe that the exact same radiation is producing zero effects in the humans living in the same environment. It's not asking you to believe that, actually. It's showing you the fish and pointing. And if you look in the direction it's pointing, you see the people of Springfield and their bulging eyes and their four fingers and their yellow skin, and you understand that the fish is not the exception. The fish is just the one mutation visible enough and specific enough that the show could point at it directly without being accused of saying something it wasn't ready to say. Burns as a reactor. The most refined version of the radiation theory is the one that includes Mr. Burns not just as the architect of Springfield's contamination, but as its most extreme product. Burns is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments. His body has been so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal biological processes. He requires controlled radiation input the way a normal human requires food and water. His body has become dependent on the substance that his plant is releasing into the environment. Burns isn't just profiting from radiation. He's powered by it. He has, through a century of exposure and adaptation and the extraordinary medical resources that his wealth provides, been transformed into something that is no longer quite the biological organism he started as. His diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others in what his doctor calls Three Stooges syndrome. This equilibrium is maintained not by any natural immune function but by the weekly radiation treatments, which keep every condition in perfect stasis, balanced against every other condition, preventing any single illness from progressing. Burns's body is a reactor. The weekly treatments are the control rods. Too much radiation and the system goes critical. Too little and the diseases advance and the reactor shuts down. The management of this balance is the full-time occupation of Wayland Smithers, who is not merely Burns's devoted assistant. He is Burns's maintenance engineer. And Burns knows what he's doing to Springfield. Of course he knows. He is personally dependent on managing the effects of radiation in his own body. He understands what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is what keeps him alive. He knows what his plant is releasing. He knows what the water carries. He knows what the air contains. And he has made the calculation over and over again for decades that the benefits to himself outweigh the cost to everyone else. Springfield isn't a quirky cartoon town. It's a contamination zone. The residents aren't eccentric. They're symptomatic. The nuclear power plant isn't a background gag. It's the cause. The radiation theory explains the coma theory. Here is where the two theories connect. The radiation theory explains the visible, physical features of Springfield's population. The coma theory explains the narrative structure of the show after season 4. But they are not in competition. They can both be true simultaneously. If Homer is in a coma dreaming, what is he dreaming about? He is dreaming about Springfield, about the town he has lived in all his life, about the people whose faces are shaped the way Springfield shapes faces, about the conditions he absorbed through the water and the air for 30 years before the vending machine fell. The dream is built from the materials of his experience. The mutations, the yellow skin, the impossible resilience, the three-eyed fish, all of it is part of the landscape Homer's dreaming mind inherited from the real Springfield. He didn't invent the radiation effects, he absorbed them. And in the coma, he continues to process them, continues to live inside the environment that shaped him, because it's the only environment he knows. The coma theory and the radiation theory together describe a man who was broken by the place he was born in, who went unconscious in the middle of that broken life, and who has been dreaming about it ever since. Section 7, Who Really Shot Mr. Burns? The greatest mystery in Simpsons history. We know the official answer. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. Baby Maggie did it. Burns was shot in the Springfield parking lot after the town meeting when he attempted to take Maggie's lollipop. His gun fell from his holster during the struggle. Maggie picked it up, the gun discharged, and Burns was shot. The case was closed. The baby did it? Except the case was never really closed, because the evidence doesn't add up. The setup. The summer of 1995, The Simpsons attempted something no animated show had ever done. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger, designed with sufficient care and internal logic that the show's creators felt comfortable inviting the audience to participate in a national contest to guess the answer. The winner would be animated into a future episode. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, treating the fictional crime as a real unsolved case. It was a genuine cultural event. The premise gave every single character a motive. Burns had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary. He had bankrupted Moe's Tavern. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the retirement home. He had injured Santa's little helper. He had built a giant mechanical disc designed to block out the sun over the entire town, forcing every resident to purchase their electricity from his plant, because stealing the light wasn't metaphor enough. He wanted the actual sun. When Smithers protested the sun-blocking scheme, Burns fired him. By the end of Part 1, every person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead, and many of them had weapons. Burns was shot. He staggered to the town sundial. He collapsed. His hands landed on two letters, W and S, or, from his perspective, inverted M and S. The ambulance came. The screen went black. America had a summer to think about it. The official answers problems. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation proceeded through the Springfield Police Department's characteristic incompetence, eliminating suspects one by one until the evidence pointed toward Homer, whose DNA was on the scene and whose motive was the clearest in Springfield. Then Burns woke from his coma and identified his shooter, Maggie Simpson. Burns described encountering the baby in the parking lot, attempting to take her lollipop, his gun falling during the struggle, Maggie picking it up. The case was closed. But start pulling. The contest that Fox ran across America, the one inviting viewers to submit the correct guess, produced no winners from among the randomly sampled entries. Not one person from the pool of thousands and thousands of submissions had identified Maggie. The person who was eventually awarded the prize, a cash payment rather than the animated cameo because they didn't have the right answer, was selected randomly. The one documented case of a correct guess was a person who posted the answer to an online Simpsons forum on the night of the original broadcast. A person using a college internet account that was inactive by the time the contest ended. The show's creators acknowledge on the DVD commentary that they could not find this person, even though they issued an open invitation on the disc for them to come forward. No one ever did. The show designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues in Part 1, promoted a national contest around it, and then when the answer came, essentially nobody had solved it. Either the clues were insufficient, or the answer didn't logically follow from the evidence the way the show claimed it did. The clue that Burns himself dismissed. Burns fell on the sundial. His hands pointed to W and S. The show interprets this as M and S for Maggie Simpson if read from Burns's inverted perspective. This is the central piece of physical evidence linking Maggie to the crime. Burns himself stated, canonically, on the record, that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not intentional. He didn't deliberately arrange himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He just fell. He lost consciousness and he fell and his hands landed where they landed. The show's central piece of evidence, the one that the resolution builds toward, was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. The last words. Before he was shot, Burns said 4 words. "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. He was not afraid. He greeted his attacker the way you greet someone you know, someone you don't consider a threat. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in a way that would produce that level of familiarity? The show doesn't establish any significant relationship between Burns and Maggie prior to this event. Burns barely recognizes Homer, who has worked for him for decades. The idea that Burns would see a baby and respond with calm, even mildly warm recognition, "Oh, it's you," as if greeting a familiar acquaintance, is harder to reconcile with his established character than any of the human suspects would be. Homer's confession. In season 18, Homer Simpson claims out loud, on camera, that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He says it without apparent premeditation, without being prompted, and with the casual delivery of someone stating a remembered fact. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. The richest man in Springfield was shot, a baby was blamed, and the man who may actually be responsible has just confessed on camera to everyone around him. And Springfield does what Springfield always does with information that would require it to act. It forgets. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is completely within his character and cannot be ruled out, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it. If Homer knows it, if Homer pulled the trigger and watched his daughter take the blame for it, that changes the emotional architecture of the Simpson family in ways the show has never acknowledged. And if Maggie was framed, not deliberately framed, but allowed to be blamed because she was the perfect fall guy, an infant who cannot be prosecuted, too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, then the last shot of Part 2 takes on a different meaning entirely. Maggie, alone in the room after everyone has left, looking around to confirm nobody is watching, moving her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show intends this as confession. She did it, and she knows what she did, but watch it again under the other reading. Watch it as a child who witnessed something, who saw what happened, who has been processing the image for the entire episode. A baby imitating something she saw someone else do, the way babies imitate everything they observe, because that's what babies do. They absorb their environment and they repeat it. Maggie isn't confessing. Under this reading, she's remembering. The alternate endings. The show produced a complete alternate ending in which Smithers is the shooter. Full length, fully voiced, fully animated. The ending was shown in The Simpsons' 138th episode Spectacular, hosted by Troy McClure, who dismissed the Smithers ending by saying it wouldn't have made sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which, he says, would be downright nutty. He delivers this line as a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded shortly before the episode aired. A trial in which DNA evidence was, in fact, disregarded by a jury in a verdict that polarized the country. The show is winking. It's telling you that evidence gets ignored when it's inconvenient. It's telling you that official verdicts are not necessarily the truth. It's telling you that the machinery of investigation can be directed toward whatever answer the people running the machinery have already decided on. The mystery was never solved, it was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 8. Maggie Simpson, the hidden genius. The most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot reliably walk. She communicates primarily through pacifier noises and pointed stares. She is, to casual observation, the least consequential member of a family full of people who regularly change the direction of Springfield's history. She is also, by the evidence the show has accumulated over 3.5 decades, the most capable person in Springfield, possibly the most capable person the show has ever depicted. The evidence of action. Maggie shot a billionaire. We've established the uncertainty around the official verdict, but what's not uncertain is that Maggie was identified by the legal system as having committed an act of violence against the most powerful man in town and faced zero consequences because she is a baby. Whatever the truth of the shooting, the experience of being investigated, of having the full weight of a police department directed at her, of sitting in a room while grown adults discussed whether she was guilty, and emerging from the entire process completely unscathed because she is too young to be prosecuted, that experience happened to her. She processed it. And the final shot of the episode suggests she processed it with more clarity than the adults who managed it. In a theatrical short called The Longest Daycare, released before Ice Age, Continental Drift, and nominated for an Academy Award, Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency. She encounters a caterpillar about to become a butterfly and decides to protect it from a bully. What follows is 7 minutes of Maggie demonstrating cognitive abilities that would be remarkable in an adult, let alone in an infant who hasn't developed consistent walking. She reads the environment, she identifies threats, she develops strategies. She executes multi-step plans that require timing, spatial reasoning, and the ability to predict other people's behavior. She improvises when plans fail, she succeeds. Every choice she makes is correct. Every move is optimized. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical development simply cannot support, and she compensates for every physical limitation through intelligence. Her body can barely keep up with her mind. She falls. She stumbles. She crawls when she should be running. But the decisions she makes are flawless, and she makes them in silence, without a word, without any of the visible deliberation that less capable minds require. Silence as strategy. Maggie's most defining characteristic is her silence. It would be easy to attribute this to developmental limitation. She's a baby. Babies don't talk. But Maggie's silence is not developmental. It is, over 3.5 decades of evidence, clearly deliberate. Her first word was daddy, voiced in a single episode by Elizabeth Taylor and never repeated. She has the vocal apparatus. She has, demonstrably, the cognitive function required for language. She chooses not to use it. She is surrounded by one of the most relentlessly verbal families in television history. Homer narrates every experience he's having out loud. Marge talks through every worry in real time. Bart and Lisa are in constant verbal combat, their intelligence and frustration expressed in an unending flow of language. The Simpson household is never quiet, and in the center of all that noise, Maggie sits and watches and says nothing. The theory is that Maggie has studied her family and drawn a conclusion that she is acting on. She has watched Lisa, the most genuinely brilliant person in the family, use her intelligence visibly. Lisa announces her conclusions. She challenges authority. She wears her mind on the outside, and she has been consistently punished for it. Isolated, mocked, dismissed, crushed by a community that does not want to be made to feel stupid. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and her greatest vulnerability, because she gives it away every time she speaks. Maggie learned something from watching this. She learned that intelligence, deployed visibly in Springfield, produces outcomes indistinguishable from the outcomes intelligence is supposed to prevent. She learned that the smartest person in the room is the most reliable target in the room, and so she went quiet. She chose invisibility. She made herself into the background character, the baby, the one everyone forgets to watch because she isn't doing anything that looks important. While the family focuses on Homer's disasters, while the town focuses on Bart's pranks and Lisa's crusades, Maggie operates in the spaces nobody monitors. She solves problems nobody credits her with. She acts, and then she returns to the pose of passive helplessness, and nobody thinks to connect the solved problem to the baby who watched the whole thing. This is not a naive reading. The show provides direct evidence for it in the post-Burns shooting scene. Maggie confirms nobody is watching before she acts. She checks. She looks around the room. She doesn't perform for the camera until she's certain the room is empty. That is not the behavior of a child who doesn't understand consequences. That's the behavior of someone who has already understood them thoroughly. The radiation theory and Maggie. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield's contaminated environment is producing biological mutations in its residents, then Maggie represents the opposite end of the spectrum from Homer. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to a clinical disability. His brain was impaired, probably from birth, by whatever is in Springfield's water and air and soil, and the impairment was sealed in place by a crayon that nobody in Springfield's medical establishment chose to remove. Maggie's mutation went the other direction. Where the father's brain was diminished, the daughter's was amplified. The same environmental cause, the same family, the same contaminated water and irradiated air. But different outcomes because biological mutation isn't uniform. It's unpredictable. It produces variations. And in Maggie's case, whatever the mutation did to her neural development, it produced something extraordinary. Homer and Maggie are two sides of the same radioactive coin. He is what happens when the environmental damage reduces. She is what happens when the environmental damage enhances. The same Springfield produced both of them. The same plant, the same water, the same cracked cooling towers leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply. The plant took something from Homer. It gave something to Maggie. And Maggie, with the intelligence to understand what that means, has chosen to keep it hidden. The coma reading. If the coma theory is true, if every episode since April 1993 is the product of Homer's dreaming mind, then Maggie's genius takes on a different and almost unbearable quality. Homer cannot watch Maggie grow up. He is not conscious. He is not there. He does not know what kind of person she is becoming. He does not know if she is okay. And so, in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her physical age. He makes her capable of surviving and thriving and protecting herself without him. Because he needs to believe somewhere in the fog of the coma that she will be okay even without him there. Maggie's genius is, under the coma reading, not a mutation. It's a father's prayer. The deepest wish of an unconscious man who cannot hold his youngest child, who can only imagine her, who images her as capable of everything, as needing nothing, as already more than he could hope for. This is the version of the Maggie theory that stays with you. Not the strategic silence, not the hidden intelligence, not the question of what she's waiting to do with all of it. This version? A man dreaming about a baby he can't reach, making her invincible in the dream because the alternative, imagining her as vulnerable, imagining her as needing protection he cannot provide, is too much to hold. What is she waiting for? The show has never definitively revealed Maggie's endgame. This is unique among the show's main characters, all of whom have clearly established trajectories, established desires, established relationship to what they want from Springfield and from the world. Lisa wants justice and recognition. Bart wants freedom and to be taken seriously. Homer wants his family. Marge wants the family to be okay. Maggie wants something. She's been watching, planning, executing small operations in the margins of the show for 36 years. And she hasn't made her move. The most popular reading of the Maggie endgame involves Burns, the most capable person in Springfield, operating in secret, patiently accumulating information and capability, and the most powerful person in Springfield, the architect of the contamination, the man who broke 3 generations of her family, living next door to an iceberg that nobody has thought to look for. The show will probably never tell us. But Maggie Simpson has been 1-year-old for 36 years. And whatever she's waiting for, she has all the time in the world. Section 9, The Springfield Revelation, the episode that broke the show and what it really revealed. Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired the 28th of September, 1997. It is consistently ranked among the worst episodes in the show's history. It generated fierce backlash at the time and has continued to generate fierce backlash for the 28 years since. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice for Principal Skinner as well as Burns and several other characters, publicly stated his displeasure. Critics argued that the episode committed narrative suicide, destroying a major character by revealing that everything the audience knew about him was a lie. The character is Principal Seymour Skinner. The lie is that his name isn't Seymour Skinner. The revelation: Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Skinner's 20 years of service. During the celebration, a stranger enters. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and presumed killed. He survived, he escaped, and he returned home to discover that someone else had been living his life for 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is an imposter named Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street punk, a petty criminal with no family and no future. He was drafted, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, slid into the identity like a man coming in from the cold. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the history, the mother, and lived inside the borrowed life for 20 years. Then the real Skinner walked through the door. Springfield chooses the lie. The town holds a meeting. Both men are present. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knows that their principal of 20 years is a fraud. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute, not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The vote is unanimous. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The imposter is henceforth and in perpetuity to be considered the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the man whose identity was stolen, the war hero who survived a POW camp and came home to find his name being used without his permission, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention what really happened, under penalty of torture. A town collectively decided that truth was less important than comfort. They had the actual truth standing right in front of them, with his own face and his own name and his own history, and they chose the version they were used to. They sentenced the truth to exile and made remembering it a crime. Why fans got it backwards? The fan response to this episode was that it was bad, that it damaged a character the audience had grown attached to by making everything about him a fiction, that the writers had, in their pursuit of a shocking premise, committed an act of storytelling vandalism. But this response misses what the episode is actually doing. The episode is not revealing something shocking about Skinner specifically. It's revealing something that has been true about Springfield all along, something the show had been implying through 36 seasons of resets and collective amnesia and forgotten catastrophes. It's putting the mechanism on screen and letting the audience watch it operate. Every time Springfield forgets a disaster. Every time a catastrophic event is erased between episodes, every time a world-changing thing happens and the next episode begins with the assumption that it didn't happen, this is what's occurring. Not narrative laziness, not a production decision, a town voting, a town choosing the lie, a town deciding collectively that the agreed-upon version of reality is more valuable than the actual version. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show let you watch the Springfield reset happen in real time. Every other time it happens off-screen, between episodes, in the space the narrative doesn't occupy. This episode made it explicit, made it democratic, made it legal. It showed you the vote. The real Seymour Skinner is Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He was a man who showed up with proof that the official narrative was a lie, and the town's response was not gratitude. It was exile. The truth was tied to a train and removed from the community. Because truth in Springfield is the thing you expel when you can't afford to keep it. If the coma theory is true, this episode takes on one more dimension. Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario where an entire town votes to sustain a lie. Because Homer needs to believe this is possible. He needs to believe that stolen identities can become real through collective agreement. That the fake version of a life can replace the real one and nobody will ever call it out, because Homer's coma is exactly that, a fake life replacing a real one. A dream maintained by collective agreement, the dreaming mind agreeing with itself, sustaining the fiction indefinitely. As long as nobody in the dream questions it, as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up. The Principal and the Pauper isn't the worst episode of The Simpsons. It's the most honest one. Section 10. The Predictions Phenomenon. How a cartoon came to feel like prophecy. In the year 2000, a Simpsons episode depicted Lisa Simpson as the first female president of the United States. The episode identified Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. When that happened, screenshots from the episode went everywhere. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," entered the cultural vocabulary and never left. The full list. The list of apparent Simpsons predictions is genuinely long, and it deserves a patient walkthrough before we get to the more interesting question of what the list actually means. In 1995, an episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that functions as a communication and information tool, decades before the smartwatch became a consumer product. In 1994, Homer went to space with Buzz Aldrin, a piece of storytelling that touched the eventual reality of commercial space tourism without predicting its specific form. In 1998, Homer stumbled onto a mathematical equation that appears to mathematicians who have studied the image to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was not experimentally confirmed until 2012. In 1999, Homer proposed a theory about the shape of the universe being torus-shaped, a donut. Years later, cosmologists analyzing radiation patterns found evidence suggesting the universe might in fact have the topology of a torus. In 1993, in an episode called Marge in Chains, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, producing mass panic, supply shortages, and a desperate search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of the fictional outbreak, the town accidentally releases a swarm of killer bees, which felt prophetic when Asian giant hornets showed up in North America during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, Homer Palooza featured a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In 1998, an episode depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox. Disney acquired 20th Century Fox in 2019. The list keeps going. Video calling technology, autocorrect failures, surveillance culture, voting machine irregularities, the specific visual imagery of Trump descending an escalator to announce his candidacy, the Siegfried and Roy episode depicting a white tiger attacking a performer years before Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers in 2003. The actual explanation. Al Jean, the show's executive producer, has addressed the prediction phenomenon in multiple interviews. His explanation is blunt and probably correct. If you throw enough darts, you're going to get some bullseyes. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, and satirical observations about American culture and society and technology. When you generate that much content over that long a period, some of it will align with future events through sheer statistical probability. Producer Bill Oakley put it more plainly. There are very few cases where the show actually predicted something. It's mainly coincidence. Because the episodes are old enough that history repeats itself. The show's writers have historically included people from elite academic backgrounds in mathematics, science, computer science, and political theory. They are not pulling guesses from thin air. They are intelligent observers of American culture who spend their careers studying trends and pushing them to their logical conclusions. They didn't predict Trump's presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with political ambition since the late 1980s and wrote a joke about the logical endpoint of celebrity culture in American politics. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was accelerating and imagined a mega corporation absorbing its competitors. They didn't predict smartwatches. They observed that technology was getting smaller and more personal and drew a wristband with a screen. This explanation accounts for most of the predictions. It's honest, and it's probably true. But the entries that resist the explanation, Some of the coincidences are specific in ways that make statistical probability feel like an incomplete answer. The Trump episode didn't just forecast that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump by name and depicted him descending an escalator, which is the precise staging of the announcement Trump made in 2015. The Siegfried and Roy episode didn't just suggest that exotic animal acts were dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which is almost exactly what happened in 2003. These aren't trend extrapolations. These are specific visual and narrative details that align with specific future events in ways that feel, when you line them up, more precise than coincidence typically is. The most interesting theory about The Simpsons predictions isn't that the writers are time travelers. It's that the show doesn't predict the future. It shapes it. The Simpsons is one of the most deeply embedded pieces of American media in history. Its jokes have entered the cultural vocabulary. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand themselves and their country. When the show makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It primes the cultural imagination, makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel less like a shocking impossibility and more like an inevitable punchline. And when the punchline eventually arrives, it doesn't feel like prediction. It feels like recognition. Like something already known. Because in a very real sense, for everyone who saw the episode, it was already known. The show's satire doesn't forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are already in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts eventually materialize, the cultural response isn't shock. It's, of course. The Simpsons already told us. The show made it feel inevitable first. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has, gradually and without anyone fully tracking the process, become Springfield. The nuclear power plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the population too distracted to notice how badly they're being exploited, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. The Simpsons wasn't predicting where America was headed. It was diagnosing where America already was. The show just wrote it down first. The predictions that didn't come true, and there are thousands of them, jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technologies that never materialized, political outcomes that went the other way, cultural shifts that never happened. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody shares them. The confirmation bias that the internet provides only works in one direction. We remember the hits and we forget the misses. And when you apply confirmation bias to 800 episodes, you end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. It produced enough content about enough possible futures that some of them were bound to materialize. And the ones that materialized are the only ones anyone remembers. Section 11 characters who shouldn't exist. The Springfield residents whose existence defies explanation. This section is about the characters at the edges of Springfield. Not the main family. Not the established supporting cast. The ones in the corners of episodes. The ones who accumulate their own impossible stories over 3.5 decades without anyone noticing that the accumulation has reached a point where it demands explanation. Hans Moleman, Death and Return. Hans Moleman is, by conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. He is an elderly man, tiny, nearly blind, who appears throughout Springfield as a background character whose primary narrative function is to suffer. He gets hit by cars, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He experiences physical trauma so severe, so repeated, and so fatal that counting his deaths in regular canonical episodes, not Treehouse of Horror specials, not dream sequences, produces a number in the dozens. And then he appears in the next episode, completely fine. No explanation, no resurrection scene. No acknowledgement that he was reduced to ash 18 episodes ago. He just shows up, ready to be catastrophically injured again. For most viewers, this is a running gag. Moleman is the show's dark comedy punching bag. The joke is that Springfield keeps killing the same old man, and the show keeps pretending it didn't happen. But within the framework of the theories we've been building, Moleman's death cycle is deeply strange. The radiation theory suggests that Moleman could represent the extreme end of Springfield's mutation spectrum, a man whose cellular structure has been so fundamentally altered by nuclear contamination that death, for him, is a temporary condition. His body can reconstitute after fatal trauma in ways that no biological process should permit. He doesn't survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and heals. Moleman actually dies. And then he comes back. There's also the matter of his age, which he stated in one episode as 31. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. Something accelerated his aging catastrophically. Something that also, paradoxically, made death impossible to hold on to. The same force that compressed decades of aging into his body also built into that body a resistance to the permanent cessation that aging is supposed to produce. The radiation theory has an answer for this. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. The only theory without an answer is the one that says none of it means anything. Dr. Nick Riviera's impossible career. Hi, everybody. Dr. Nick Riviera has been practicing medicine in Springfield for 36 years. He has, in that time, demonstrated a level of medical incompetence that would disqualify a person from obtaining a medical license in any jurisdiction with functional regulatory systems. He has confused basic anatomical terms. He has misdiagnosed conditions that would be obvious to a first-year medical student. He has performed procedures with tools that were not medical instruments. He has provided advice that was medically dangerous to an extent that would warrant criminal investigation in most states. He graduated from the Hollywood Upstairs Medical College. He obtained his degree after completing a mail order course. His patients survive his care, mostly, through mechanisms that appear to have nothing to do with his interventions, and yet he continues to practice. He has maintained an active medical practice for 3.5 decades in a town with a functioning hospital and apparently no medical licensing board capable of noticing that one of its practitioners graduated from a mail order institution and has been killing patients at a rate that should have produced regulatory consequences within the first year. The obvious explanation is that Dr. Nick is another symptom of Springfield's institutional dysfunction. A town where the legal system releases serial killers on parole and the police department is run by a man whose incompetence is surpassed only by his corruption is not a town where professional licensing works as intended. Dr. Nick exists because Springfield's regulatory infrastructure has never functioned well enough to remove him. But the darker reading involves his patients. Dr. Nick doesn't kill most of his patients. He should, by any reasonable assessment of his capabilities, have a fatality rate that would attract attention even in Springfield. Instead, his patients are more resilient than they should be. They recover from procedures that medical science would not predict they'd recover from. They endure interventions that should produce serious complications and instead return to their lives. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield's population has been biologically altered by decades of contamination, then the extraordinary resilience of Dr. Nick's patients is not good fortune. It's mutation. His patients survive because they have the physical durability of people whose bodies have adapted to hostile conditions. Dr. Nick's practice is inadvertently revealing something about his patient's physiology, and nobody is studying it. Fat Tony and the Revolving Door of Death. Fat Tony, Springfield's resident mob boss, has died, more than once. He died in a season 22 episode, was replaced briefly by his cousin Fit Tony, who then grieved himself into obesity and became Fat Tony. The show has continued to feature Fat Tony as if the original death simply didn't take, which within Springfield's narrative logic is essentially what happened. The Springfield Mafia, which Fat Tony heads, is one of the show's most consistently present background institutions. It operates with complete impunity. It maintains a presence at every level of Springfield's economy and government. It delivers food, runs protection, bribes officials, and generally behaves the way organized crime behaves in cities where it has existed long enough to become part of the infrastructure. Mayor Quimby, who is Springfield's mayor for most of the show's run, has an established relationship with the mob that ranges from reluctant cooperation to active partnership depending on the episode. Chief Wiggum has an established corruption that sometimes involves mob payments. The Springfield legal system, as we'll explore in the next section, appears to have been built with the mob's continued operation as one of its design specifications. Fat Tony's ability to die and return is, within the show's logic, less mystical than Molman's, and more structural. The mob boss position is an institution. The person holding it is replaceable. When the institution needs Fat Tony exists. The specific biological continuity of the man is less important than the continuity of the role. This is, in its quiet way, one of the most honest things the show ever said about organized crime. The man can die. The institution continues. The name passes on. The operations resume. You can eliminate a mob boss. You cannot eliminate a mob. Springfield keeps demonstrating this, and nobody in the legal system draws the lesson. Professor Frink's ignored inventions. Professor Frink has invented things that, if they functioned as depicted in the episodes, would represent the most significant technological advances in human history. He has built a machine that can transfer consciousness between bodies. He has created a device that can see into alternate dimensions. He has produced a functional time machine on at least one occasion. He has invented medical devices that cure conditions considered incurable. And Springfield pays no attention. His inventions are used for one episode, contribute to whatever comedic plot requires them, and then are never referenced again. The time machine is not deployed against Springfield's most pressing problems. The consciousness transfer device is not explored for its medical applications. The alternate dimension viewer is not used to investigate the nature of reality. The Frink pattern is one of the clearest examples of the Springfield amnesia mechanism operating in the scientific domain. Transformative technology is invented, used once, forgotten. The town moves on. The professor continues working in obscurity, generating breakthroughs at a pace that would make him the most important scientist in human history if any of it were remembered between episodes. The coma theory suggests that Frink's inventions are projections of Homer's dreaming mind, technologies that Homer's unconscious desires into existence because they serve whatever the dream needs them to serve that week. The radiation theory suggests that whatever the contamination has done to Springfield's general population, its effect on a specific kind of intelligence, the narrow, obsessive, practically incompetent but theoretically brilliant kind that Frink represents, has been productive rather than destructive. Frink is another Maggie, another case where the mutation amplified rather than reduced a specific capability, just in a direction that is simultaneously more obvious and less useful. Section 12. Springfield's dark underbelly. The institutions built to fail. Every town has institutions. Institutions are supposed to serve the people who live inside them. Courts exist to administer justice. Police departments exist to maintain safety. Government exists to represent the community's interests. In Springfield, all of these institutions operate. They have the form of their stated function. They have the procedures and the titles and the buildings and the budgets. They just don't do what they're supposed to do. They do something else entirely. Mayor Quimby and the government of convenience. Mayor Diamond Joe Quimby is Springfield's mayor. He has held this office for most of the show's run, interrupted only by occasional recalls and temporary replacements that never last. He is visually and verbally modeled on the Kennedy family. He is corrupt in a way that is so comprehensive, so casual, so deeply embedded in every interaction he has with municipal governance, that the corruption doesn't read as a character flaw so much as a professional philosophy. Quimby does not pretend to govern. He performs the motions of governance while pursuing his personal financial and political interests with undisguised directness. He signs contracts that benefit his family's business interests. He accepts bribes so openly that the transaction barely registers as corrupt, it just looks like how business gets done in Springfield. He changes his stated positions with the wind, adopting whatever stance will keep him in power for the next news cycle, and he does this with a confidence that comes from knowing that the electorate in Springfield is not going to notice. The electorate in Springfield is not going to notice because they have, consistently and reliably, not noticed anything for 36 years. The town that voted to criminalize truth? The town that forgot about the dome? The town that watches Blinky the three-eyed fish and nods and moves on? This is not a town with a vigilant civic engagement with its own governance. Quimby is the predictable product of an electorate that has been conditioned by whatever combination of radiation and collective denial and institutional capture to accept whatever version of government it's offered without examining it too carefully. The connection to Burns is operational rather than ideological. Quimby doesn't serve Burns out of loyalty or conviction. He serves Burns because Burns is the economic foundation of Springfield, and disrupting that foundation would destabilize everything, including Quimby's position. Burns wants the plant to remain unregulated. Quimby ensures Springfield's municipal government never generates the kind of regulatory pressure that would change that. The arrangement is mutually beneficial and maintained through pure self-interest on both sides. Chief Wiggum and the Architecture of Non-Enforcement. Ralph Wiggum, Chief Clancy Wiggum's son, is one of the show's most beloved characters. His non-sequiturs, his surreal observations, his apparent disconnection from the shared reality everyone else inhabits, these are treated as endearing and comedic. And they are. Ralph is delightful. But Ralph's father, the chief of police, is something the show treats as comedy that deserves a closer look. Wiggum is corrupt. This is established so thoroughly across the show's run that it functions as a character trait rather than a character flaw. He takes bribes. He misuses his authority for personal benefit. He conducts investigations with a competence level that suggests either active sabotage or a level of incompetence so extreme it produces functionally identical outcomes. He is afraid of confrontation. He is susceptible to manipulation. He is, in every way that matters, not the person you want running the law enforcement apparatus of a town that needs law enforcement. The mob pays him. Burns's influence, direct or indirect, ensures that certain investigations don't go anywhere. The Springfield legal system, which relies on Wiggum's department for evidence collection and case building, produces verdicts that seem disconnected from what happened. Criminals cycle through the system with regularity, return to their activities, and cycle through again. The revolving door isn't a failure of the system, it's the system working as designed. Because a justice system that actually functioned in Springfield would create problems. It would investigate the plant. It would look into the 342 violations. It would ask questions about the biological weapons lab. It would examine the deaths and disappearances that the show hints at without directly addressing. It would connect the dots that Burns has spent a century ensuring remain unconnected. Wiggum's incompetence and corruption are features of the Springfield power structure. He is the right man for the job, if the job is maintaining a justice system that looks like justice and produces impunity. Snake and the recycling of consequences. Snake Jailbird is Springfield's resident career criminal. He commits crimes, is caught, is convicted, is imprisoned, is released, and immediately commits more crimes. He has been through this cycle so many times that it has acquired the rhythm of ritual. Snake robs the Quick E-Mart. Apu calls the police. Wiggum arrives. Snake is arrested. Snake goes to prison. Snake returns. The episode where it happens is finished before Snake is locked up, and the next episode begins with Snake free and operational. The Snake cycle is the most visible demonstration of Springfield's justice system operating in its default mode, which is the production of the appearance of justice without the substance of it. Crime happens. Law enforcement responds. The legal system processes the crime. Nothing changes. In any functioning system, the Snake cycle would produce either rehabilitation or incapacitation long enough for the pattern to break. What Springfield's system produces instead is continuity. Snake continues. His relationship with the town continues. His particular brand of low-level criminality, annoying and present but never escalating to a level that would require the system to actually engage with it, continues. He is, like Molman, like Fat Tony, like Dr. Nick, part of the permanent furniture of Springfield. His existence in circulation is the system's natural state. The Court of Snyder. Judge Snyder presides over Springfield's legal system. He issued the decree in The Principal and The Pauper, making it illegal to acknowledge that Armin Tamzarian is not Seymour Skinner. He has, across many episodes, produced legal outcomes that suggest a judiciary operating at the pleasure of whoever in Springfield has the most immediate need for a particular verdict. The legal system that employs Wiggum's investigation, Lionel Hutz's advocacy, and Judge Snyder's adjudication is not a system designed to produce justice. It's a system designed to produce outcomes. The outcomes it produces are determined by the power relationships within Springfield, which means they are ultimately determined by Burns, operating through the layers of institutional capture, corruption, and collective amnesia that his century of dominance has built. Springfield's courts are the last line of the defense against accountability, and they have held that line reliably for 36 years. Section. 13. The children nobody talks about. Springfield's lost generation. The Simpsons is, at its core, a show about a family, about parents and children, about what it means to raise kids in a town that is, as we've now established, a contamination zone with a broken government, a captured legal system, and a collective commitment to denying every uncomfortable truth. The Simpson children have the protection of a show built around them, but they are surrounded by children who don't have that protection. Children whose stories the show tells in the background, in quick cuts and offhand remarks, and then moves past. Nelson Muntz and the absent architecture. Nelson Muntz is Bart's best friend. He is also, by the evidence the show provides across its run, one of the most specifically damaged children in Springfield. His home life is not a running gag. It is a catalog of neglect so complete that it borders on abandonment. Nelson's father is absent. Various episodes offer different explanations for why, none of them consistent, some of them pointing to the possibility that multiple men may have occupied the father role in the Muntz household at various points without any of them staying. Nelson's mother is present, occasionally, when she feels like it, which is rarely. She disappears for extended periods. She behaves in ways that suggest she is dealing with her own considerable problems and has decided that child rearing is not compatible with managing those problems. Nelson feeds himself. Nelson clothes himself. Nelson manages his own existence from a very early age, with the self-sufficiency of someone who figured out early that help was not coming. And he is, despite all of this, despite the emptiness of his home and the absence of anyone to show up for him, generous. He is loyal to Bart in ways that are easy to overlook because the loyalty is delivered through the show's established Nelson voice, gruff and performatively tough, but it's consistent. He shows up. He helps. He cares about the people he has designated as his people. The ha-ha is the best-known thing about Nelson Muntz. It should not be the only thing. The ha-ha is what a child does when he has learned that making others laugh, even at their expense, is a way of belonging to the social world he was excluded from at home. It is the adaptation of an isolated child to a community that offers him nothing. Milhouse Van Houten and the Cost of Devotion. Milhouse is Bart's other best friend. He is the child who gets everything wrong. His relationship with Bart, which is the central friendship of his life, is marked by a devotion so total and so asymmetric that it occasionally crosses from touching into painful. Bart likes Milhouse, there's no question about that. But Bart also uses Milhouse, repeatedly and casually, in the way that confident children sometimes use devoted ones, as the person who will do the thing Bart doesn't want to do, as the person who takes the consequence when the plan goes wrong, as the enthusiastic follower whose enthusiasm Bart can deploy and sometimes exploit. Milhouse's home life contains its own specific damage. His parents, Kirk and Luann, divorce. The divorce is handled across multiple episodes with a directness unusual for the show, the specific misery of a middle-class marriage that ran out of reasons to continue. Milhouse watches his family disintegrate and responds by becoming more attached to Bart, the one stable thing in his life, with a need that Bart is too young and too self-centered to fully receive. The trajectory of Milhouse's psychological profile over 36 years is one of the show's quietly devastating background narratives. He carries his damage visibly, openly, without the protective armor that Nelson has built and without the intellectual compensation that Lisa has developed. He is simply a child who needs more than he gets and expresses that need in ways that make him easy to overlook. Martin Prince and the Price of Intelligence. Martin Prince is the smartest child in Springfield Elementary. He is Lisa's intellectual peer, possibly her superior in raw academic performance, and he is tormented for it with a consistency that the show treats as natural background. He is bullied by Nelson. He is excluded by Bart's group. He is on the receiving end of a social cruelty that the show observes clearly, but rarely examines closely. Martin's specific damage is that his intelligence is visible and expressed in the way that makes Springfield most uncomfortable. He corrects people. He answers questions correctly. He shows his work. He demonstrates through his existence that some children have already understood the material and are ready to move on, which is a humiliation to the children who haven't, and a threat to the authority of adults who resent being shown up by an 8-year-old. The show has Martin be defeated by Springfield, repeatedly. in the same way it has Lisa be defeated by Springfield. Their intelligence is real, is demonstrated, and produces nothing but resistance. The message Springfield sends to its most capable children, consistently and through multiple channels, is that capability is a liability. That being visibly smarter than your environment is an invitation to have your environment push back. Maggie learned from watching this. Martin and Lisa have not yet fully absorbed the lesson. They keep trying. They keep presenting the intelligence in the hope that this time it will be valued. It never is. Ralph Wiggum as Oracle. Ralph Wiggum is Chief Wiggum's son. He is non sequitur and disconnected and seemingly unmoored from the shared reality that the other characters navigate. He says things that don't follow from what came before. He responds to situations with observations that are completely irrelevant to what the situation calls for. He also says things that are true, not always, not predictably, but with a frequency that has made him, among the show's fan community, a figure associated with inadvertent prophecy. Ralph Wiggum, freed by his disconnection from the normal pressures of social performance, from the need to say the right thing or the expected thing, occasionally says the thing that nobody else will say because nobody else has noticed it. His most famous contribution to the cultural vocabulary, "I bent my Wookiee," is meaningless. But his quieter moments, the moments where he observes something about the world around him that the adults are too busy performing normalcy to notice, those moments land differently. He is Springfield's accidental oracle, the only person not trying to maintain the agreed-upon version of reality, and therefore occasionally the only person able to see around it. There's a theory, quiet and unsupported and belonging to the deepest layers of the iceberg, that Ralph's apparent disconnection is not a deficiency. It is, like Maggie's silence, a different way of processing an environment that does not make sense. A child whose father is corrupt, whose home is the epicenter of the justice system's dysfunction, whose Springfield experience is filtered through the particular oddness of being Wiggum's son, might develop a relationship with reality that looks like disconnection from the outside, but that, from the inside, is a perfectly rational response to an environment that does not cohere. Section 14, the darkest episodes. The moments the show stopped pretending. Most of the time, The Simpsons is a comedy. The darkness is managed, contained, expressed through satire and implication, and the kind of emotional shorthand that a long-running show develops with its audience. You're supposed to laugh. And mostly you do. But there are episodes where the containment fails, where the darkness the show has been managing for seasons suddenly expands beyond the frame of the comedy, where the show stops being a comedy and becomes, for 22 minutes, something that requires a different word. Homer's Enemy, the Frank Grimes episode. Season 8, Episode 23. Homer's Enemy. This is the episode that the show's fan community returns to more than almost any other when they want to discuss what The Simpsons is really about. Frank Grimes is a new employee at the nuclear power plant. He is a man who has worked hard his entire life. He grew up in poverty, worked through hardship, earned his qualifications through genuine effort, and arrived at the plant as a capable and motivated professional who wants to do his job well. He is placed next to Homer Simpson. The episode is a character study of a man being destroyed by proximity to Homer's life. Frank Grimes looks at Homer and sees everything wrong with the world. He sees a man who has achieved a comfortable life, a loving family, a pleasant home, a tenured position, through no discernible merit. He sees a man who does nothing right and faces no consequences. He sees a man whose failures are rewarded, whose incompetence is tolerated, whose absurdity is treated by everyone around him as charming. And Frank Grimes, who has earned every small thing he has, who has never received a single benefit he didn't work for, cannot process this. He is right. Objectively, logically, by any reasonable standard of how the world is supposed to work, Frank Grimes is right. Homer should not have what Homer has. The world as Frank Grimes understands it does not produce Homer's outcomes. Frank Grimes has a mental breakdown. He begins imitating Homer, performing Homer's behaviors with a frenzied demonstration of their ridiculousness. He grabs live electrical wires while shouting that Homer wouldn't need safety gloves, and he is killed. The episode ends with his funeral, where Homer falls asleep and begins dreaming out loud, making everyone laugh. The eulogy for Frank Grimes is interrupted by Homer being Homer. The fan response to Homer's enemy has always included a significant number of people who find it genuinely disturbing rather than funny, and not because it's graphic or horror adjacent. Because it's honest in a way the show almost never allows itself to be. Frank Grimes sees Springfield from the outside, from the perspective of someone who arrived with the expectation that merit matters, and the view from the outside is that everything inside is wrong. Everything is backwards. The system is broken. The man who should thrive is destroyed by the man who should fail. Frank Grimes is the show looking at itself without the comedy filter, and the show killed him for it. Behind the Laughter. The 12th season episode Behind the Laughter is a mockumentary about the Simpson family, treating them as real people being interviewed for a VH1 style documentary about the rise and fall and rise of America's most famous family. The episode is structured as an exposé, complete with dramatic music stings and interview confessionals and the kind of behind-the-scenes revelation that feels, stylistically, like real celebrity journalism. And some of what it reveals, filtered through the comedy, is actually dark. The family, presented as a real-world entertainment phenomenon, discusses the pressures that tore them apart and the deals and negotiations and exhaustion that nearly ended everything. The episode treats the creative bankruptcy that had been the subject of fan criticism for several seasons as a real biographical event, as something the real people behind the characters experienced as suffering, rather than as production decline. Behind the Laughter is the show acknowledging its own condition. It is, depending on how you read it, either the most honest thing the show ever produced or the most evasive, because it can only be honest about itself by pretending it's talking about someone else. By making The Simpsons into documentary subjects, the show creates enough distance to say things about itself that it couldn't say directly. And what it says, in the language of celebrity decline and family dysfunction and the cost of prolonged fame, is that something has gone wrong. That the version of the show the audience was watching in 2001 was not the version of the show anyone had intended to make. That the gap between what it was and what it had become was real and felt, and that nobody quite knew how to close it. Stark Raving Dad. Season 3, Episode 1. Stark Raving Dad. Homer is committed to a mental health facility and shares a room with a large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson. The episode aired in 1991, with Michael Jackson himself voicing the character uncredited. It is a beloved episode about friendship and family and the meaning of a handmade birthday card. In 2019, following the release of the documentary Leaving Neverland, the show removed the episode from circulation. The episode is no longer on streaming platforms. It is no longer aired in syndication. It has been effectively erased from the show's history by the people who make the show. This is unusual. The Simpsons has kept episodes in circulation that contain material that has aged poorly in various ways. Episodes with racial caricatures, episodes with homophobia, episodes with other content that contemporary standards would produce differently. Most of these episodes remain available. The decision to remove Stark Raving Dad specifically, based on the real-world biography of the person whose voice is in the episode, is distinct from those other decisions. It's a case of the show's real-world context overriding the episode's fictional existence. The episode is gone, and the conversation around why it's gone and what that means for how we understand the relationship between The Simpsons as a piece of fiction and The Simpsons as a product embedded in the real world is one that the fan community continues to have without the episode being available to watch. Mother Simpson's ending. The final shot of Mother Simpson is not a joke. It is not a cutaway gag. It does not resolve into comedy. Homer has helped his mother escape from the authorities once more, watched her drive away, and then he sits on the hood of his car, alone, and he watches the stars. The camera pulls back. The credits roll over the image of a man sitting alone in a parking lot, looking up at a sky that contains his mother somewhere, knowing that the gap between them has been real and will remain real, and that the years stolen by Burns's revenge cannot be recovered. The show does not try to make this funny. It is one of the relatively rare moments in the series where it drops the comedy and allows itself to be something else. To be about loss. To be about the specific weight of a relationship that was interrupted before it could become what it was supposed to be. Mona Simpson eventually died in a later season. Her death scene is quiet and direct. Homer at her side, her hand in his. The gravity of the moment acknowledged without being overplayed. A mother and son, separated by 30 years of exile, reunited too briefly, running out of time in a room that can't hold back what's coming. The Simpsons has always been a comedy, but the comedy has always been sitting on top of something. These episodes are the moments when the something shows through. Section 15, the meta layer. When the show looked at itself, The Simpsons has been aware of its own existence for a long time. It's a show that knows it's a show, that has built jokes about the nature of the show into the fabric of the show, that has commented on its own longevity and its own creative history and its own relationship with the audience in ways that blur the line between the fiction and the thing making the fiction. This section is about what the show sees when it looks at itself, and whether the view is as comfortable as the comedy makes it appear. Troy McClure's Dark Archive. Troy McClure is voiced by the late Phil Hartman, and his death in 1998 meant the character could not continue. Phil Hartman's Troy McClure is one of the show's great comic inventions, a fated actor who has appeared in an endless series of educational films and infomercials and industrial videos, a man whose career once meant something and now means a specific kind of nothing. McClure's defining feature is the list. He introduces himself with a list of his previous appearances. You may remember me from such films as The Muppets Go Medieval and Firecrackers, The Silent Killer. The lists are funny because they're specific and absurd, and because the specificity implies a whole fictional history that the show never actually explores. But the lists also imply a career trajectory that, if you read it as something other than comedy, tells a story about what happens to people in entertainment when they pass their peak and can't stop moving. Troy keeps working. He takes whatever is offered. He narrates safety films and pitches products and hosts clip shows and appears in the margins of other people's projects because he knows, somewhere underneath the practiced confidence of his delivery, that the alternative to working is not having work, and not having work is the thing that defines the second half of his career as what it is. Phil Hartman's death meant the character had to be retired. But the character's implied story, the story of the person Troy McClure, is when the cameras aren't running, when the list of credits runs out and he's just a man in a house in Springfield who used to be on television, that story is left permanently unresolved. It's the ghost story version of a career. Krusty's existential despair. Krusty the Clown is a performer. He is specifically a children's entertainer, a man who has spent his career putting on a face, literally and figuratively, and presenting a version of joy to an audience of children who don't know and can't know what the face is covering. What the face is covering is one of the show's recurring dark jokes, except the more you sit with it, the less like a joke it seems. Krusty smokes. Krusty gambles. Krusty is estranged from his father, a rabbi who disapproved of the clown career that Krusty pursued against his wishes. Krusty has a daughter he didn't know about, a relationship with her that developed late and with difficulty, a history of absent fatherhood that mirrors, in a different register, Homer's own relationship to parental absence. Krusty has been canceled multiple times. His career has reached bottom multiple times, and he has climbed back up from the bottom multiple times, because the alternative is admitting that the career is over, and admitting the career is over would mean acknowledging that the clown is all he has. The performance is everything. Without it, there is only the person performing, and that person is not doing well. The show has given Krusty moments of genuine self-awareness, scenes where the comedy frame drops and he says something true about his own situation with a directness the character usually avoids. These moments are always brief. The comedy resumes. The character goes back to being a source of jokes about show business decline and vice, but the moments happened. And they suggest that somewhere inside the exhausted performer who can't stop performing is something real that the performance has been covering for a very long time. The writers in the show. The Simpsons has occasionally inserted itself into the show as a show. The episode in which the characters discover that they're animated, that their world is the product of writers sitting in a room, that the things happening to them are designed by other people for an audience's entertainment, is the purest form of the meta layer. The show acknowledging its own machinery. These moments are always played for laughs. Homer meets the animators. The family becomes aware of the audience. The fourth wall bends, flexes, and then reestablishes itself. The comedy manages the implications. But the implications are real. If the characters know they're written, if they know their experiences are designed, if they know that the catastrophes and the resets and the floating timeline are production decisions rather than organic events, then the question of their suffering changes. It's no longer suffering in the way that suffering in fiction usually functions. It becomes something more specific, a population that knows it is being observed, that knows its pain is entertainment, that has accepted this condition because accepting it is the only option available. The show never follows this thread to its conclusion. It can't. Following it would require the comedy to become something else. But the thread is there. And in the quiet moments between jokes, you can almost see the characters following it themselves. The show's relationship with its own decline. The Simpsons knows that it is no longer what it was. The show's fan community has debated the moment the decline began for decades. The Principal and the Pauper episode is the most commonly cited inflection point. Season 9 is the most commonly cited beginning of the fall. The coma theory argues that the creative shift is actually a narrative event. Homer's dreaming brain slowly losing fidelity, producing increasingly distorted versions of the world it remembered. The show, from the inside, has addressed its own extended existence with a mixture of defensiveness and rueful honesty. There are episodes that feel like the writers are aware of the criticism, that feel like an attempt to do something that had worked in earlier seasons, that carry the weight of a show trying to remember what it was like when everything felt natural and true. The attempts don't always succeed, but they represent something real. A long-running show's relationship with its own history is one of the strangest creative conditions in entertainment. The Simpsons has to keep making new episodes while existing in the shadow of hundreds of previous episodes that many of the audience regards as objectively superior. It has to continue in the presence of its own better past. It has to occupy the same space as the show it used to be. This is, in the terms of the iceberg, the meta-theory that ties several of the deeper entries together. The show is not simply declining. It is existing in a relationship with its own decline, aware of it, working within it, producing content that is simultaneously evidence of the decline and commentary on it. Section 16, the bottom of the iceberg, where all theories converge. We've spent a long time going down. We started at the surface, with the yellow skin and the floating timeline and Mo picking up the phone. We worked through the conspiracy layers, through the radiation and the coma and the shooting of Mr. Burns. We visited the dark episodes and the characters the show quietly destroyed and the institutions built to fail. We looked at the show looking at itself. Now we're at the bottom. This is the section where everything we've examined gets assembled into the final picture, the convergence. Every theory we've explored arrives at the same place through a different path. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been mutated by decades of nuclear contamination. The Principal and the Pauper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively chooses to ignore any truth that threatens the status quo, including the truth of time passing. The Burns immortality theory says at least one person in Springfield has found a way to subvert biological aging through technology and wealth, which means the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. All four arrive at the same conclusion. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something about this place, whether it's the radiation or the coma dream or the collective denial or the engineered longevity of its most powerful resident or some combination of all four operating simultaneously, has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives there. The characters are trapped, locked in a loop, cycling through variations of the same lives without ever reaching the conclusion that time is supposed to eventually deliver to every living thing. The loop as choice. The show has imagined its characters aging. Season 6, Episode 19, Lisa's Wedding. A flash forward to Lisa as a young woman, engaged to be married, living the life that the show has always suggested she would grow into. Intelligent, principled, lonely, in the particular way of people who are very smart in worlds that don't quite know what to do with that. The episode is detailed and emotionally rich. It proves the show can imagine this future. It proves the writers know what these characters become if time is allowed to pass. And then Lisa returns to being 8, Bart returns to being 10, the flash forward is a single episode, a sealed window. The future is glimpsed and then locked away. The permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And this refusal is the thesis statement of the entire enterprise, the statement that sits beneath every episode, every theory, every mystery we've examined. The characters are frozen because we need them to be, because they represent something we cannot afford to let change. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, infuriating, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that resets after every disaster and starts fresh every Sunday night. If Bart turns 11, the premise begins to dissolve. If Lisa goes to high school, the dynamic shifts. If Maggie finally speaks, consistently and completely, in full sentences, the mystery of her silence is resolved, and a character becomes someone different. If Homer ages and Marge ages and the house on Evergreen Terrace begins to show the wear of decades, then The Simpsons is no longer The Simpsons. It's the story of a family that ran out of time. And we don't want that story. We have never wanted that story. The floating timeline is not a production decision imposed on the show from above. It is the audience's demand, expressed through decades of viewership and merchandising and cultural investment and the simple act of turning on the television every Sunday. We pressed pause in 1989. We have never pressed play. And the show, whatever else it is, whatever conspiracy runs beneath its surface, whatever radiation poisons its residents or dream maintains its reality, has been honoring that pause for 36 years. What Springfield is. Springfield is a contamination zone, and the residents are symptomatic. Springfield is the dream of an unconscious man, and every episode is a love letter to his family. Springfield is a town that votes to criminalize truth, and the vote never ends. Springfield is the product of a billionaire century of control, and the control was never challenged effectively enough to break. And Springfield is America, not a prediction of America. Not a diagnosis of where America might end up. A description of where America already was on the 17th of December, 1989, when the show first aired, and where it has remained, in various forms ever since. The nuclear power plant that dominates the skyline. The corrupt billionaire who can't be removed from power. The incompetent government. The captured legal system. The population too distracted, too damaged, too comfortable with its version of reality to look clearly at the mechanisms that are operating on them. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. The collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to generate the same harms for the same people, with nobody asking why the pattern keeps repeating. Springfield isn't a cartoon. Springfield is a mirror. And we've been looking into it for 36 years without quite being able to look away. Why we can't let them go? The question that the iceberg eventually produces, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the dark character readings and all the structural analysis of the conspiracy at Springfield's heart, is the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? They're a yellow-skinned family with 4 fingers and impossible hair. They live in a town that doesn't exist on any map. Their world resets every week. Their timeline floats. Nobody ages. Nobody learns. The disasters accumulate without consequence. The catastrophes pass. Burns is always in his mansion. Homer is always in Sector 7G. The kids are always on the bus. And still we tune in. Still we watch. Still the show exists, 36 seasons deep, with an audience that has been loyal to it through its golden age and its decline and its late period strangeness. Still we know the theme song. Still we recognize the couch. Still, when we hear the opening bars of that specific piece of music, something in us responds. Maybe because they're us. Maybe because Springfield is our town, regardless of where we actually live. Maybe because Homer is the father we recognize, all vulnerability and love and ineptitude and desperate wanting to be enough. Maybe because Marge is the patience that keeps things together when nothing else can. Maybe because Bart is who we wanted to be when we were 10, before the world explained to us why that wasn't practical. Maybe because Lisa is who we knew we should be, the person asking the questions and fighting the fights and carrying the moral weight of a community that didn't ask her to and often resented her for it. Maybe because Maggie, quiet behind her pacifier, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for her moment, is the version of ourselves we keep most carefully hidden, the final frame. Or maybe it's simpler than all of that. Maybe we can't let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we're older now, that the couch we sat on as children while the opening credits played is in someone else's house or in a landfill somewhere or just gone, that the world the show premiered into no longer exists in the form it had on that December night in 1989, that the things we were when the show was new have been replaced, incrementally and without ceremony, by the things we are now. As long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer stumbles through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we don't have to fully admit any of that. We can sit down. We can turn on the television. We can go back to Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes in the town that never ages in the show that never ends. The loop isn't their prison. It's ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still holding and the family is still intact and the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of us had started living our actual lives, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for Springfield to escape. Because if it escapes, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie finally says her second word and Homer finally understands who Burns is and what he did, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents, the chaotic, resilient, eternally hopeful version of the middle-class family, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from dissolving into something we don't recognize. The Simpsons are trapped in a loop because we trapped them there. We pressed pause in 1989 and we never pressed play. And now, here we are, however long it is past midnight wherever you are, lying in the dark while Springfield plays on the screen, watching the same family in the same house on the same street in the same impossible town, waiting for something to change, knowing nothing will, because we won't let it, because they're home. And home, in Springfield, lasts forever. Sleep well, end of script. Word count estimate. This script is structured as 16 sections averaging approximately 2,700 words each, totaling approximately 43,000 words. Expanded Section 1. The Waterline. Extended. Additional surface entries. Entry. The opening credits and what they hide. The Simpsons opening sequence is one of the most recognizable 30 seconds in the history of television. The clouds part. The camera swoops down through Springfield. The family rushes home from their various locations. They pile onto the couch. The couch gag plays. The episode begins. Most people watch this as pure ritual. The visual handshake between the show and its audience. The confirmation that the program you intended to watch is the program you are watching. You register the couch gag because the couch gag is designed to be slightly different each time, and then you settle in for the episode. But the opening sequence contains information. Specific, consistent, visible information about Springfield and the people who live there that accumulates over hundreds of viewings into something more than background scenery. Watch the flight through Springfield at the beginning of each episode. The camera sweeps past the nuclear power plant first. The plant is always the first thing you see. The two cooling towers, the smoke rising from them, the facility dominating the skyline, visible from every direction, always in the frame when the frame is wide enough to include the horizon. The plant is not one feature of Springfield among many. It is Springfield's most prominent landmark. It is what an aerial observer would identify first. It is what the show, every single episode, leads you to before it leads you anywhere else. Then the camera moves through the town, past the elementary school, past the tire fire, past Moe's Tavern, past the Quick E-Mart. All of these are Springfield institutions, but they're secondary in the visual hierarchy. The plant came first. The plant is always the establishing shot of the town. The town is defined, visually and structurally, by the plant. This is not an accident. The opening sequence is designed. Every element of it is chosen. The decision to route the camera over the plant as the first visual of Springfield in every episode across 36 years is a decision that someone made deliberately and that nobody has reversed. The show is telling you something about Springfield's relationship to the plant every single time it opens. The plant is not a background feature of the town. The plant is what the town is. The closing sequence is worth noting too. The family on the couch. The television in front of them. The house around them. The specific domestic warmth of the image, which the couch gag complicates in various ways depending on the episode, but that always resolves back to the same thing. The family together, in the house. With the television on, The same image that millions of families were producing in their own homes every Sunday night when they sat down to watch The Simpsons. The opening begins with the plant. The closing ends with the family. The episode between them is the negotiation of those two poles, the industrial power that contaminates the community and the domestic warmth that the community is trying to protect. Every episode, regardless of its specific plot, is that negotiation. Entry: Ned's fence. There is a fence between the Simpson and Flanders properties. It runs along the side yard, visible in exterior shots of Evergreen Terrace, one of the show's reliable visual constants. On one side of the fence, Homer. On the other, Ned. The fence is a perfect visual metaphor for everything the show does with these two characters and what they represent. They are adjacent. Their lives are structurally parallel in many ways. Same neighborhood, same demographic, same general life stage, children of approximately similar ages. But they are fundamentally separated by something. By a difference in character, in fortune, in the system's treatment of them, in what God apparently thinks of them. The fence also represents what Ned is to Homer. Ned is the thing next door that Homer can always see but cannot quite access. The better version of the life Homer is living, visible through the property line, going about its business with an irritating serenity. Homer resents Ned, occasionally, in the way that people resent the adjacent existence that highlights the gap between what they have and what they almost have. But Homer also loves Ned. Not in a way he would easily articulate or acknowledge, but in the way that a long-running adjacent relationship always produces a kind of love alongside whatever else it produces. Ned has been there for 36 years, through every disaster, through every Homer-induced catastrophe, through the death of his wife, through the destruction of his house. Ned has been the constant on the other side of the fence. And in Springfield, where nothing else stays constant, that constancy is its own kind of meaning. The fence never falls down permanently. The show has had Homer destroy it on multiple occasions, and it always comes back. Because the fence between Homer and Ned has to exist. The show needs the gap. The show needs the distance between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, because that distance is where much of the show's emotional energy lies. The fence is the show keeping those energies in productive tension. Entry: Marge's blue hair. Marge Simpson's hair is blue? It is also approximately 3 feet tall, growing straight upward from her head in a tower that has maintained its exact shape for 36 years. This is obviously impossible. No human hair does this. No amount of product or structural engineering makes human hair behave this way, and Marge's hair appears to require no maintenance. It simply exists in its impossible shape, defying gravity, defying the laws of protein chemistry, defying everything we know about how hair works. This is accepted. Nobody in Springfield comments on it. Nobody outside Springfield comments on it when they visit. It is simply a feature of Marge Simpson that the world has absorbed and filed under. Fine. Within the radiation theory framework, Marge's hair is one of the most visible examples of a biological mutation that is treated as a personality trait. The mutation is so complete, so long-standing, so thoroughly incorporated into who Marge is, that there is no longer a distinction between the person and the symptom. The hair is Marge. Marge is the hair. You cannot imagine one without the other. This is the radiation theory's most subtle claim. It's not just that the mutations happened, it's that the mutations have been happening long enough that they have become identity. The people of Springfield are not experiencing mutations that they're aware of as such. They are simply the people they are, and the people they are incorporate what the contamination made them, seamlessly, completely, without the awareness that there is a before and after. Homer doesn't think of himself as cognitively impaired by nuclear contamination. He thinks of himself as Homer. Marge doesn't think of herself as the carrier of a radiation-induced hair mutation. She thinks of herself as Marge. The mutation and the person have become one thing. This is how long-term environmental contamination actually operates on human populations, not as a dramatic visible transformation, but as a gradual incorporation. The population adapts to what it has become. It forgets what it was before. It treats its altered state as its natural state. And anyone who tries to tell them otherwise gets looked at the way Springfield looks at environmental activists, as people who are making a fuss about something that is simply how things are. Entry: The tire fire. Springfield has a tire fire. It is a pile of burning tires, located somewhere in the vicinity of the town, that has been burning continuously throughout the show's entire run. It is a landmark. It is mentioned casually in multiple episodes as a feature of Springfield's geography. It is never explained, never addressed by any authority, never extinguished. A burning tire fire produces toxic smoke. The combustion of tires releases particulate matter, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and various other compounds that are harmful to human health. A tire fire that has been burning for 36 years in or near a residential community would have produced a cumulative burden of air pollution significant enough to produce respiratory disease, cardiovascular effects, and various other health outcomes in the population breathing that air. The tire fire is the show's most casual environmental catastrophe. More casual even than the nuclear plant, because at least the nuclear plant has the pretense of being a legitimate industrial facility that happens to have violations. The tire fire is simply a pile of tires that has been burning for decades, with no purpose and no oversight. It exists, it burns, the smoke rises. The people of Springfield breathe it. The show moves on. Within the radiation theory framework, the tire fire is another layer of the contamination, another source. The plant provides the primary exposure, but Springfield's environmental profile is not limited to nuclear contamination. It includes a burning tire fire. It includes whatever other industrial facilities the show has depicted in the background of various episodes. It includes the general air quality of a town that has been depicted repeatedly and consistently as indifferent to the relationship between industrial pollution and human health. The tire fire is also a perfect emblem of the collective denial mechanism. Somebody started this fire. At some point in Springfield's history, tires were placed in this location and lit. And nobody, at any point in the decades since, has decided to put them out. Not the fire department, not the EPA, not the town government, not the residents who live near it. The fire burns because stopping it would require acknowledging that it started. And acknowledging that it started would require asking who started it and why, and what it has cost the people who have been breathing the smoke since 1989. Entry: The Simpson family dog's eyes. Santa's little helper, the greyhound the family adopts in the Christmas episode that aired as the show's first proper episode, has large, bulging, expressive eyes. This is part of the show's character design. Dogs in animation have expressive eyes. It's standard, except. Apply the radiation theory. The theory states that the visual difference between Springfield residents and outsiders is not simply an art style choice but represents, within the show's internal logic, a physical difference produced by the contaminated environment. Springfield residents look different from people outside Springfield. Their eyes bulge, their overbites are pronounced, their proportions deviate from natural anatomy. Santa's little helper lives in Springfield, drinks the water, breathes the air, lives under the shadow of the cooling towers. And his eyes are exactly like his owner's eyes, exactly like every other Springfield resident's eyes. The radiation theory does not limit its effects to human biology. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. The family dog has the visual signature of Springfield's contaminated population. The animals and the humans look like they come from the same environment because they do. This is the detail that the radiation theory's supporters point to when they want to demonstrate that the theory is not anthropomorphizing or projecting. The animals are affected too. The fish, the dog, the wildlife of Springfield that the show depicts in various episodes, all of it shows the visual markers of a population living inside a contamination zone. The yellow skin of the humans is matched by the anatomical deviations of the animals. Same environment, same exposure, same outcomes, expressed differently in different species, but consistently traceable to the same source. Expanded Section 3 getting deeper. Extended. Entry: The people Burns has destroyed. We've talked about the 3 generations of Simpsons that Burns broke, but the Simpsons family is one family. Springfield is a town, and Burns has been operating in Springfield for over a century. The damage to the Simpson family, terrible as it is a specific instance of a pattern that has repeated itself across Springfield's entire population across an entire century. Who else has Burns destroyed? The show provides evidence across dozens of episodes, scattered through the run, rarely assembled into a complete picture because assembling it into a complete picture would be too dark for the comedy to sustain. But the pieces are there. Burns has destroyed Moe's Tavern twice. Once through the events of Who Shot Mr. Burns, where his schemes financially ruined Moe. The bar recovered, as everything in Springfield recovers, but Moe's economic precarity, the sense that the bar could be taken away at any point by forces beyond his control, is part of the permanent texture of his situation. Burns destroyed the Springfield retirement castle, where Grandpa Simpson lives. The sinkhole that Burns's oil drilling created did structural damage to the facility. The people who live there, the oldest and most vulnerable residents of Springfield, were displaced by the activities of the richest man in town. The connection between Burns's projects and the suffering of specific populations is consistent across the show's run. Burns builds something, extracts something, takes something, and the people who were near where he built and extracted and took absorb the consequences. The school lost its oil well. The one source of independent revenue that Springfield Elementary had discovered was stolen by Burns to feed his own operations. The music program that the windfall would have funded was canceled. Tito Puente lost his position. Children lost their music education. Because Burns drilled for oil in the wrong place and decided that the inconvenient discovery of oil under a school was an opportunity rather than a complication. The people of Springfield have been losing things to Burns for 100 years. Small things and large things. Livelihoods and family members and educational opportunities, and the basic environmental quality of the place they live. None of it is loud enough, in any individual episode, to register as the catastrophe that it is in aggregate. But add it all up. Add up the oil well, and the sinkhole, and the biological weapons lab, and Mona's exile, and the 342 violations, and the three-eyed fish, and the chewing gum in the cooling tower, and the human skeletons in the basement, and you have a portrait of a man who has been conducting a century-long extraction operation on a community that never quite managed to organize against him. Burns didn't build Springfield. He fed off it. He is the most extreme example in the show of a phenomenon that the show is consistently concerned with. The way concentrated wealth operates within a community not as a contribution but as a drain. The way the richest person in town can spend a century taking and taking and taking while the people around him absorb the losses and reset and accept the new normal, and keep voting for the politicians that Burns has purchased, and keep working at the plant that Burns has poisoned them with, and keep wondering on some half-conscious level why everything always feels just slightly worse than it used to. Entry: the Springfield Elementary Ecosystem. Springfield Elementary is a school. It has a principal who is not who he says he is. It has a lunch program that has been depicted, in multiple episodes, as producing food that is nutritionally dangerous, possibly legally questionable, and in one case, literally government surplus meat of a quality so low that it was initially intended for prison consumption. The children who attend it are, in many cases, being failed by it in slow and specific ways. The school lacks funding for arts programs, music programs, extracurricular activities, adequate facilities. The cuts that Burns's oil drilling and other activities have imposed on the school's budget have left it operating at a level of resource deprivation that would qualify, in any functioning educational system, as a crisis. And yet the children keep showing up. They keep sitting in the classrooms. They keep experiencing the education that Springfield Elementary provides, which is an education in survival, in social hierarchy, in the specific curriculum of a school that has stopped pretending it can do what schools are supposed to do. The teacher, Mrs. Krabappel, is a separate tragedy. A woman who began her career with genuine investment in the educating of children and who has been ground down over decades of inadequate resources and difficult students, and a system that provides no support and plenty of indifference, into a person who maintains her professional position through something closer to momentum than commitment. Her relationship with her class is not the relationship of a teacher who has given up. It's the relationship of a teacher who is still there, still trying, in a context that has removed most of the tools that trying requires. Springfield Elementary is the institution through which Springfield's future is processed. The children who come out of it are the adults Springfield will eventually produce. And the school's resource deprivation, its institutional dysfunction, its inability to provide what the children who attend it need, is not an accident. It is the downstream consequence of decades of decisions made by the people who control Springfield's resources. decisions that consistently allocated those resources away from the people who needed them most. Entry: what the radiation has done to memory. One of the radiation theory's most provocative extensions is its account of Springfield's collective amnesia. We've discussed the amnesia as a narrative mechanism, the way the show resets between episodes. We've discussed it as a social mechanism, the way the town votes to criminalize truth. But the radiation theory adds a biological layer. If the people of Springfield have been consuming radioactive material in their water for decades, if they have been breathing contaminated air, if they have been living in proximity to an inadequately contained nuclear reactor, then the effects on their neurology extend beyond the visible mutations. The brain is sensitive to radiation. Chronic low-level exposure to radioactive material affects neurological function in ways that, over decades of continuous exposure, can produce subtle but cumulative damage to cognitive function, including memory function. This is not the same as saying radiation makes people stupid in a dramatic, obvious way. It's more specific than that. What chronic low-level radiation exposure can do within the biology of the theory is damage the specific neural systems responsible for consolidating long-term memories and for making the kind of connections between separate memories that produces understanding. It can leave individual memories intact while impairing the person's ability to integrate those memories into a coherent picture. Homer can remember that Burns blocked out the sun. He can remember that his own employer made it so dark outside that plants couldn't grow and Springfield's agricultural capacity was threatened. He can remember this. But he cannot connect this memory to his daily experience of working for Burns, cannot build a bridge between the stored memory of the atrocity and the ongoing reality of his employment relationship with the person who committed it. This is not stupidity in the simple sense. It's a specific kind of cognitive impairment. The memories are there, the facts are accessible, but the system that turns facts and memories into judgment and action is damaged. The loop from knowing to understanding to responding is broken. And if it's broken in everyone, if the entire population of Springfield has this specific impairment in varying degrees, then the collective amnesia is not a choice the town makes. It's a symptom it cannot escape. The choice framing, the vote in The Principal and the Pauper, the deliberate institutional forgetting, sits on top of this biological substrate. Springfield's social contract around forgetting exists because forgetting is already what the population's damaged neurology produces. The vote just formalizes and protects what the radiation is already ensuring. Expanded Section 5. The Homer Coma Theory Extended. Entry: the episodes that most support the theory. Not every episode of the post-coma Simpsons supports the coma theory equally. Some episodes are fully compatible with a grounded, waking world reading of Springfield's reality. But certain episodes, when examined through the coma framework, produce readings so internally coherent that they function almost as evidence rather than interpretation. Homer at the Bat, Season 3, is technically pre-coma, but it establishes the template for the celebrity-saturated, wish-fulfillment quality that the coma theory associates with Homer's dreaming mind. The episode brings multiple Major League Baseball players to Springfield to play in a softball game. This is improbable in the extreme. The most famous athletes in America traveling to a small city for an amateur softball game, but the episode earns it through comedy. Under the coma reading, this episode represents Homer's mind beginning to test the boundary between the real and the wished for, still within the possible, but already pushing. Homer Goes to Space. Season 5, which aired after the coma episode, has Homer selected as a civilian passenger on a space shuttle mission. The episode is widely regarded as a peak of the show's creative powers. It is also, if you're looking at it from the coma theory angle, an escalation of exactly the kind Homer's deteriorating brain would produce. The dream has graduated from softball games to space travel. The distance between reality and fantasy is expanding. The dream is feeding Homer more of what he needs, which is the experience of being extraordinary. The Frank Grimes episode, which we discussed earlier, fits the coma theory in a specific way. Frank Grimes is a character who exists specifically to see Homer as he actually is, from the outside, without the accommodating unreality that every other Springfield resident applies to Homer's existence. Frank Grimes cannot process what he sees because he has arrived with an external calibration, a standard of how things are supposed to work and Homer's life fails to meet that standard so thoroughly that the failure is psychotic to observe. Under the coma theory, Frank Grimes is the most dangerous kind of character a dream can produce. He is the intrusion of the external reality into the dream space. He is the voice of the waking world, the voice that says this isn't right, this is not how things work, this man should not have this life. And the dream's response to that voice is to kill it. Frank Grimes dies at the end of the episode. The threat to the dream's internal consistency is eliminated. The dream continues. Entry: the music Homer hears. There's a theory, not widely circulated but worth considering in the quiet space of late night, that the music in Homer's coma dream is connected to music he can actually hear. In the hospital, at his bedside, sounds from the outside world continue. Television playing in the room, visitors talking, perhaps a radio somewhere, and music, which is one of the most penetrating forms of sound, capable of reaching consciousness at levels other stimuli cannot reach. The music of The Simpsons is recognizable across the entire culture. The theme, composed by Danny Elfman, is one of the most widely recognized pieces of television music ever written. It plays at the beginning of every episode. In the coma reading, every time the dream cycles, every time a new episode begins and the theme plays, Homer's unconscious mind is responding to a musical signal. The theme is the doorbell of the dream. It announces that another cycle is beginning. Another episode is starting. The family is still there, the couch is still there, everything is still intact. This is speculative. The coma theory doesn't require this particular extension to work. But the image of it, of Homer lying in his hospital bed with the theme music playing from a television in the corridor, of that music triggering another cycle of the dream, of the couch and the family and the Springfield skyline assembling themselves in response to those notes, is one of the more haunting ways to hold the theory. Entry: the quality of the dream over time. The coma theory has a specific prediction. If Homer is dreaming and his brain is deteriorating, then the dream should become less coherent over time. The early episodes should be more grounded, more internally consistent, more closely matching the reality Homer's brain remembers. The later episodes should drift more. They should become stranger. The connections between elements should become looser. The logic that holds the dream together should show cracks. This prediction matches what fans observe about the show's creative history. The early seasons are tight. The storytelling is economical. The characters are consistent. The world has rules, and the show respects those rules. The plots are grounded in situations that, however absurd they become, have an internal logic that you can follow. The later seasons are more scattered. The character consistency is looser. The storylines reach for escalations that the earlier seasons would have handled differently. The world's rules apply more inconsistently. The connections between episodes, between seasons, between the established character history and the current episode are thinner. Things happen and are not referenced. Characters behave in ways that contradict their established personalities. The dream is getting fuzzy. This doesn't mean the later seasons are without value. They contain individual episodes of genuine quality. They have moments of beauty and comedy and emotional honesty. But the texture of the show has changed in ways that the production explanation, declining writers, network pressures, creative exhaustion, only partially accounts for. The coma theory offers a different account. The dream is the same dream. The dreamer's brain is not the same brain. It's been running for a long time. It's been generating this world without interruption for 3 decades. And a brain that's been in a coma for 3 decades, maintaining a complex internal narrative across all that time, is a brain that's showing wear. Expanded Section 8 Maggie Simpson. Extended Entry: the daycare as Springfield in miniature. The longest daycare, which we discussed as evidence of Maggie's extraordinary capability, is also worth reading as a miniature version of Springfield's power dynamics. The daycare is run by authoritarian adults who sort children into categories based on early assessment, who maintain control through surveillance and the threat of punishment, who have decided that their system of management is more important than the development of the children within it. The butterfly is a creature in the process of becoming something other than what it started as. It is, within the daycare's ecosystem, a vulnerable thing. It needs time, it needs protection. It needs the space to complete its transformation without being destroyed by something that doesn't recognize its potential or doesn't care. Maggie protects the butterfly. Maggie, who is herself in the process of becoming something, who has not yet fully emerged from the form that everyone around her mistakes for the totality of her existence, recognizes something in the creature that everyone else sees as inconsequential. She knows what it means to be underestimated. She knows what it means to have potential that the people in charge of the space you occupy are not equipped to perceive. The bully Gerald who wants to destroy the butterfly is Springfield in miniature. The institution that crushes what it doesn't understand. The power that destroys what it perceives as weak because it lacks the capability to perceive it as anything else. Maggie defeats him not through force. She cannot match a bully physically at 1 year old, but through intelligence, through planning, through the execution of a strategy that the bully never anticipated because it requires a kind of thinking he doesn't know to look for. This is, scaled up, Maggie's relationship with Springfield. The town is Gerald. Maggie is the protector of fragile things. And the butterfly is, perhaps, whatever Springfield might become if someone capable of caring for it were to take charge of the space it needs to transform. Entry: what Maggie knows about Burns. If the radiation theory is correct, if Maggie's intelligence has been amplified by the same environmental contamination that reduced her father's, then Maggie has had 36 years to absorb, analyze, and understand everything about Springfield that the other characters have been too damaged to perceive. She knows about the plant. She has access to the same ambient information that every member of the Simpson household has access to. The conversations between her parents, the news her sister watches, the documents her father brings home from work, the observable features of a contaminated town that an extraordinary mind might be able to interpret in ways that the adults around it cannot. She may know who Burns is, not as the vague employer figure that Homer relates to, but as the specific architect of her family's damage. She may have connected Mona Simpson's story to Burns's history. She may understand the deal between Grandpa and Burns that keeps Homer employed. She may see the full architecture of the conspiracy that her father cannot perceive, and she waits. She has always waited. Because she understands, better than anyone in Springfield, that acting before the moment is right produces the outcomes that Lisa has been experiencing her entire life. Resistance, punishment, dismissal. Maggie has watched Lisa fight the good fight since before either of them could walk. She has seen what happens when you challenge Springfield too soon, too visibly, too openly. She has decided not to make that mistake. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And if the theory is right, she has spent 36 years preparing for something, building an understanding of the system she was born into, waiting for the moment when the preparation is complete and the action is worth taking. The show has never shown us what that action looks like. It may never show us, but the preparation is visible. In every quiet scene where Maggie watches everything and says nothing, in every moment where she acts and then retreats back into the disguise. The preparation is ongoing. The endgame is coming. We just don't know what it is yet. Expanded Section 12. Springfield's Dark Underbelly. Extended. Entry. The Springfield Underworld. Springfield has a mob. This is not metaphorical. Fat Tony heads the Springfield Mafia, a genuine organized crime organization with operations in multiple sectors of the local economy. The mob delivers food. It runs protection. It operates gambling. It has established relationships with local politicians and local law enforcement that allow it to function with minimal interference. This is Springfield's shadow government. The legitimate government of Mayor Quimby is corrupt but institutional, operating through the forms of democratic process even when those processes are hollowed out. The mob operates outside those forms entirely. It is the other power structure, the one that doesn't need elections or appointments or public approval. It simply operates because it always has operated, because the conditions that make organized crime possible, corrupted institutions, economic desperation, populations willing to look the other way in exchange for the services the mob provides, have always been present in Springfield. What's interesting about Springfield's mob is that it exists in a relationship with Burns's power rather than in competition with it. Burns is the dominant power in Springfield. He controls the primary economic engine, the plant, the political establishment through Quimby, and the legal system through whatever influence he has built up over a century of operation. The mob occupies a different space, a smaller space, local operations in the secondary economy, services that the legitimate economy either doesn't provide or provides inadequately. These two power structures, Burns's legitimate, illegitimate industrial and political empire and the mob's illegitimate functional service economy, coexist because they serve different functions and don't fundamentally threaten each other. Burns doesn't need to destroy the mob. The mob doesn't have the resources to challenge Burns. They operate in a kind of equilibrium, each occupying its tier of the Springfield power hierarchy, each maintaining its own version of impunity. The people at the bottom of this structure are the people who live in Springfield, who drink the contaminated water, who breathe the tire fire smoke, who work at the plant or at the Quick E-Mart or at the various small businesses that exist in the spaces the two power structures leave available, who occasionally get beaten up by the mob when they can't pay, and occasionally get poisoned by the plant when the safety inspector is asleep at his workstation, who live in a place where the two forces most capable of organizing on their behalf, their government and their justice system, have been captured by the same interests that are harming them. Entry: the economic logic of Springfield. Springfield's economy is almost entirely dependent on the nuclear power plant. The plant is the town's primary employer. It's the source of Springfield's electricity. Burns is Springfield's largest taxpayer, largest employer, and largest single economic presence. The plant's continued operation is, in the economic logic of the town, the condition of Springfield's continued existence as a functioning community. This dependency is not accidental. Burns built it. Over a century of operating the plant, of employing Springfield's residents, of providing the electricity that powers their homes and businesses, Burns has made himself indispensable to the town's survival in a way that makes any serious challenge to his power structurally suicidal. Challenging Burns means challenging the economic foundation. Challenging the foundation means threatening everyone's livelihood. Threatening everyone's livelihood means the person challenging Burns loses all local support because the people of Springfield cannot afford to back a challenge that might close the plant. This is a perfect trap. The same entity that is harming the population is the entity that the population depends on for its economic survival. The contamination is real and the dependency is real, and both are the product of the same deliberate operation. Burns didn't just build a plant. He built a relationship between Springfield and the plant that ensures the plant can never be removed without removing the town. This is the economics of certain resource extraction towns in the real world. Towns where the mining company or the mill or the single large employer is simultaneously the town's primary benefit and its primary hazard, and where the community's survival is so intertwined with the continued operation of the hazardous enterprise that the community cannot advocate effectively for its own protection. Burns studied this model, or invented it, over a century of practice and applied it to Springfield with the precision of someone who understands exactly what he's building. Expanded Section 15, the meta layer, extended, entry, what the show said when it said "don't have a cow." Bart Simpson's catchphrases from the early seasons became cultural property in a way that no animated show had experienced before. "Don't have a cow, man," cowabunga. "Eat my shorts." "Hey, caramba." These phrases left the show and entered the general vocabulary. People who had never watched an episode of The Simpsons knew Bart's catchphrases. They were on t-shirts, on school supplies, on the lips of children and adults who encountered them through the culture rather than through the source material. The show was aware of this. There are episodes where Bart's catchphrases are treated as a kind of currency, things he performs on demand for people who expect them from him, things that have become external to the character, in the sense that people relate to the phrase rather than to the person saying it. Bart became, in this sense, one of the first examples of what would later be called a meme, a piece of cultural information that replicates independently of its source and that, in replicating, changes the relationship between the source and its audience. Bart's catchphrases are part of what the meta layer is about. The show created cultural artifacts that then had a life independent of the show. Those artifacts were then encountered by audiences, incorporated into their understanding of what the show was, and brought back to the show in the form of expectations that the show had to navigate. People expected Bart to say, "Don't have a cow." The show had to decide whether to keep meeting that expectation or to complicate it. It did both, at different times and in different ways. This is the loop that the prediction section gestured at. The show produces cultural material. The culture absorbs it. The culture's absorption changes the culture. The changed culture produces the reality that the show then depicts or predicts or shapes. The show and the culture are in a feedback relationship, each affecting the other, each producing the conditions that the other then responds to. Springfield and America have been in this feedback loop for 36 years. And neither of them is exactly what it was when the loop started. Entry, the episode that predicted the show's prediction fame. In Season 6, the episode Bart's Dog Gets an F features a subplot that has been retroactively noticed as something like a prediction of the prediction phenomenon itself. The episode, which aired in 1990, makes a throwaway reference to something that the show couldn't have fully anticipated would become one of its most discussed features. This specific example is less important than the meta-phenomenon it represents, which is the show's tendency to comment on itself in ways that become more meaningful in retrospect than they were at the time of airing. The prediction phenomenon works in part because The Simpsons has been running so long that its back catalog is enormous. And because the back catalog is enormous, almost any cultural event can be matched by someone willing to search. To a Simpsons reference that sort of fits. The show predicted autocorrect, the show predicted video calling, the show predicted smartwatches. In each of these cases, the episode contains something that, with the right framing, can be made to look like prescience. But there's another way to look at these connections. A show that runs long enough and references enough aspects of contemporary culture with enough detail doesn't just accidentally align with future events. It helps establish the visual language, the conceptual grammar through which those future events will be understood. When smartwatches arrived, the cultural vocabulary for thinking about them already existed, partly because The Simpsons had shown people wrist-mounted technology years before it arrived. The show didn't predict the smartwatch. It participated in building the imaginative infrastructure that made the smartwatch feel like a thing that could exist. This is the show's deepest cultural impact, and it's more interesting than time travel. It's the demonstration that sustained, intelligent, widely distributed satire can actually participate in building the world it claims to only be describing. Expanded Section 16. Bottom of the iceberg. Extended. Entry. The Simpsons and the middle class. The Simpsons has always been, at its structural foundation, a show about the American working and middle class. Homer's $12 an hour job at the plant, adjusted through the show's various economic references, is not a comfortable living. The family struggles financially in ways that the show depicts, particularly in the early seasons, with a specificity and honesty that was unusual for television. They have debt, they have exactly enough money to get by, and occasionally not quite enough. The house is nice, but it's Springfield nice, which is a specific and limited kind of nice. Over the course of 36 years, the specific economic conditions that Homer's family represents have changed dramatically in the real world. The middle-class stability that a nuclear plant job could once be expected to provide, with benefits and job security and the ability to support a family of 5 on one income in a house with a yard, has become significantly less available in the actual America that Springfield claims to represent. The economic reality that the show was describing in 1989 no longer exists in the same form. The show has not fully reckoned with this. The family's economic situation has become somewhat inconsistent over the years, sometimes reflecting the genuine financial precarity of a working-class family in contemporary America, and sometimes reverting to the premise that a nuclear plant job provides comfortable, middle-class security. The floating timeline makes the economic realism float too. The family is as financially comfortable or precarious as the episode requires them to be. But the premise, the core premise of a working-class family trying to maintain a decent life in a town with a corrupt billionaire and a broken government and contaminated water, this premise is more relevant to the actual experience of large portions of the American population in 2025 than it was in 1989. The show built its world as satire of conditions that, over 36 years, have become less satirical and more literal. Springfield was always a worst-case version of American economic reality. It has been slowly becoming the actual version. Entry. The possibility that the show knows. One of the questions that sits at the absolute bottom of the iceberg, below all the theories and all the evidence and all the character readings, is this. Does the show know? Does the show, the writers, the production team, the people who have been making this thing for 36 years, do they know what they've built? The answer is almost certainly yes and no simultaneously. Individual writers have been aware of individual theories. The coma theory has been acknowledged by production staff. The radiation theory maps so closely to explicit content in the episodes that it's hard to imagine the writers who wrote those episodes didn't intend the connections at some level. The Burns as architect of Springfield's ruin theory is so thoroughly supported by so many episodes that it's more accurate to describe it as the show's actual thesis than as fan interpretation. But awareness of individual pieces is different from awareness of the whole picture. The iceberg that we've been descending across this script was not planned from the beginning. It was produced. Over 36 years of writing and producing and airing, the show accumulated its own mythology, its own internal consistency, its own architecture of implication. Episodes from Season 2 set up payoffs in Season 7 that the Season 2 writers never intended. Recurring background details became evidence for theories that nobody on staff had formulated. The weight of 36 years of storytelling produced meanings that no individual writer's intent can fully account for. The show is larger than any of its creators. This is true of all long-running creative works. They develop their own logic, their own internal rules, their own momentum. The Simpsons has been running long enough that Springfield is a real place in the cultural imagination, with real constraints on what can happen there, real rules about what Springfield is and isn't, real characters who have established themselves as people with histories and psychologies and relationships that the writers have to respect because the audience has internalized them. The theories emerge from this reality. They are the audience's way of accounting for the patterns they perceive in a work too large to hold in any single mind. Nobody planned the iceberg, but the iceberg is real. It exists in the show's actual content, in the patterns that 36 years of storytelling produced. The writers didn't build it deliberately. They built the show, and the iceberg came with it. Entry. After Springfield. What happens after the show ends? Not after Springfield ends. Springfield won't end. Springfield will continue floating in its permanent present, the family on the couch, the plant on the horizon, the beer always cold and the kids always young. But after the show ends, whenever that happens, whenever the last episode airs and the credits roll for the final time, what does Springfield become? It becomes a memory, a cultural artifact, the thing that the people who grew up watching it carry inside them as a piece of the landscape of their own childhoods, the way Looney Tunes exists in the cultural memory of an earlier generation, the way certain pieces of music or certain books become part of the permanent furniture of how a person understands themselves and their world. The Simpsons will not end in the conventional narrative sense. It will simply stop. There will be a last episode, probably without anyone knowing at the time that it's the last, and then there will be no more episodes, and Springfield will go quiet. The couch will be empty. The plant will stop producing new violations. The cooling towers will stop leaking new metaphors. And in the silence, everything we've explored on this descent will still be there. The radiation theory and the coma theory and the conspiracy of Burns and the silence of Maggie and the darkness behind Ned's smile and the contest nobody won and the question of who really held the gun. All of it still in the episodes. All of it still available to anyone who wants to look. Springfield will still be the contamination zone. Homer will still be dreaming, if the theory is right. Burns will still be alive, sustained by his weekly treatments, managing his disease equilibrium, keeping the lights on in a town that can't afford to let them go out. The show will end. Springfield won't. Not as long as anyone remembers it. Not as long as anyone turns it on in the dark and lets the music play and watches the clouds part over the twin cooling towers and the family rush home. That's the iceberg. The whole thing. From the waterline to the bottom, from the yellow skin to the dreaming man in the hospital bed, to the one-year-old genius waiting for her moment, to the billionaire who can't die, to the town that votes to make the truth illegal. 36 years of a show that knew more than it was saying and said more than it knew. 800 episodes of something that started as a cartoon and became, slowly and without anyone fully tracking the process, a map of the place we live. Sleep? You've been in Springfield long enough. It'll be here when you come back. It always is. End of script supplementary expansions. Additional section. The secondary characters who carry the weight. Springfield's supporting cast and their hidden depths. Every show has supporting characters. The people who populate the world around the main family, who appear in episode after episode without the benefit of the narrative attention that the central characters receive. In most shows, supporting characters are functional. They serve the plot. They provide reactions and relationships and comedic contrast. They don't carry their own weight. They don't have their own depths. The Simpsons, because it ran long enough and because its writers were attentive enough, produced a supporting cast that are something different. They are people. People with histories and damages and desires and coping mechanisms. People who were there when the story needed them and who continued to exist in the background of Springfield when the story moved on. Their depths are there if you look. Most people don't look. The show rarely directs you to look. This section looks. Apu Nahasapima Petalon and the Quick E-Mart as institution. Apu has been working at the Quick E-Mart for the entire run of the show. He holds a PhD in computer science. He is one of the most educated characters in Springfield. He is working a retail job that his credentials massively overprepare him for, in a country that he immigrated to legally, in a community that has treated him with varying degrees of acceptance and hostility over 36 years. The show has used Apu primarily as comic relief, a target for jokes about his accent and his cultural origins, and his willingness to work impossible hours for minimal compensation. This usage has been the subject of significant criticism, and the criticism is fair. The show built its portrayal of Apu on caricature in ways that had real-world consequences for people whose identities overlapped with the caricature in ways the show's creators didn't fully reckon with. But underneath the caricature, which the show produced and which it bears responsibility for, there is a character whose situation the show occasionally, in its best moments, treats with genuine complexity. Apu works at the Quick E-Mart because it is available, and he is an immigrant in a country that does not universally recognize foreign credentials, in a town that has never offered him a ladder to somewhere more appropriate to his capabilities. He has made a life from what was available. He has built community within the constraints of what Springfield offered him. He has, across many episodes, demonstrated loyalty and care for the people around him that goes beyond what his job description requires. The Quick E-Mart itself is an institution. It is one of Springfield's most consistent locations, a place where the show's disparate characters converge, where storylines cross, where the community aggregates in the way communities aggregate around essential services. Apu manages this institution. He keeps it running. He maintains its presence as a place where Springfield can cohere, briefly, before dispersing. This is not nothing. In a town with as many centrifugal forces as Springfield, the places that gather people are important. The Quick E-Mart is one of those places, and the person who keeps it functioning, who is there every time the show needs a location where characters can meet, deserves more than the treatment the show gave him. The show eventually addressed this, at least partially, by pulling back on the most egregious caricature elements. Whether it addressed it enough is a different conversation, but the character, the actual person underneath the caricature, was always there. The PhD. The extraordinary work ethic, the willingness to build a life in a place that made it harder than it needed to be. Otto Man and the bus that always runs. Otto Man is the Springfield Elementary School bus driver. He has long hair and a love of heavy metal music, and a lifestyle that suggests a relationship with sobriety that is ongoing and not always successful. He is, on the surface, a joke about the counterculture generation aging out of its rebellion and settling into the only employment that would take it. But Otto drives the bus. Every day, he shows up. He gets the children to school. He has, across 36 years of episodes, demonstrated a genuine warmth toward the children in his care that the show treats as incidental, but that is, when you accumulate the episodes, consistent and real. He likes the kids. He is kind to them in his chaotic, unreliable, Otto-shaped way. He is not the responsible adult in any conventional sense, but he is present, he is consistent, and in a town full of adults who are damaged or corrupt or simply absent, a driver who shows up and is kind and gets you where you're going without incident is not a small thing. Otto's economic situation is precarious, in ways the show occasionally depicts and more often ignores. He lives in the bus, or near the bus. The details of his housing situation shift over the years in the way that everything about Otto shifts But the underlying reality is that a school bus driver in a town with Springfield's economic profile and Springfield's institutional dysfunction is not living comfortably. He is surviving. He is making it work. And he keeps driving the bus, keeps getting the children to school, keeps showing up. In the theory frameworks, the radiation theory might account for Otto's particular relationship with reality as a mutation of the perceptual systems rather than the cognitive ones. Otto perceives the world differently from most Springfield residents, not less acutely but through a different lens, one that makes certain things the community takes seriously feel less important and certain things the community ignores feel central. The coma theory reads Otto as one of Homer's dream characters, the version of the counterculture generation that Homer's mind creates from fragment memories of the cultural landscape he absorbed before the coma. A type, but a warm type. Patty and Selma Bouvier, and the weight of shared history. Marge's sisters are Springfield's most explicit example of lives that chose a different trajectory and are living with the results of that choice. Patty and Selma are government workers, employees of the DMV. They are single. They are bitter, in the specific way of people who have carried specific grievances for so long that the bitterness has become architectural, part of the structure of their personalities, rather than a current emotional state. Their bitterness is directed primarily at Homer, who they hold responsible for the deviation of Marge's life from what it should have been. In their view, Marge was better than Homer, smarter than Homer, deserving of more than Homer could provide. And Marge chose Homer anyway, and has been making the compromises required to maintain that choice ever since, and Patty and Selma have been watching those compromises accumulate for 36 years with the vigilance of people who predicted this would happen. They are not wrong about Homer. He is objectively a bad match for Marge in terms of demonstrated capability and reliability and basic functioning. Patty and Selma's assessment of Homer is accurate. What they miss, what the show makes clear over and over across every season, is that Marge's choice wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. A real choice, made with full awareness of its costs. Because the thing Homer provides, the love and the loyalty and the commitment that survives every disaster, is something that cannot be assessed through the metrics that Patty and Selma are applying. Patty and Selma have protected themselves from Homer's kind of risk by never taking Homer's kind of risk. They have not loved imperfectly and chaotically and catastrophically. They have been safe. They are still waiting for the right person, which is to say they are still waiting for a person who meets their standards, which is to say they have been alone for 36 years. Their MacGyver and other television obsessions, the way they have substituted fictional relationships for real ones, the specific emotional investment they make in actors and characters who cannot disappoint them, is the show's quiet comment on what self-protection costs. You avoid Homer's kind of chaos and you also avoid Homer's kind of love. The protection is real, the cost is real. Patty and Selma are, in the show's accounting, both safer and lonelier than Marge, and those two things are related. Barney Gumble and the story of what happened. Barney Gumble was Homer's best friend before he became Springfield's most visible drunk. He was a student at MIT. He was going to be an astrophysicist. He sat for his Harvard entrance exam and passed it. He showed Homer what a beer was, and Homer gave Barney his first drink. That's the canonical origin story. That's the moment where the trajectory changed. The show has, across various episodes, depicted a sober Barney, episodes where he gets clean, where the intelligence and capability that were always there become visible again, where you can see the astrophysicist underneath the person the barstool knows. These episodes are always temporary. Barney returns to the bar. The sobriety ends. The potential retreats back behind the alcohol. The question of who Barney would have been is one of the show's most persistent, unresolved melancholies. He would have been extraordinary. The evidence is in the few episodes where he's allowed to be. He is articulate, observant, capable of the kind of insight that the MIT and Harvard credentials suggested was always there. He is, in some ways, the Springfield version of the wasted potential, character that the show returns to repeatedly. In Homer without the crayon, in Marge's unused art skills, in Barney's undrunk genius. The difference between Barney and those other versions is that Barney's waste is more complete. Homer has the coping mechanism of not fully understanding what he lost. Marge has the coping mechanism of her family. Barney has the bar. Barney has Moe and the stool and the alcohol that keeps the knowledge of what he was supposed to be from becoming fully conscious. The drink is not the cause of the waste. It's the management strategy for the grief of the waste. He knows. Underneath everything he knows. And the drink is how he lives with knowing. Groundskeeper Willie and the exile's perspective. Willie is Scottish. He came from somewhere else. He ended up in Springfield. He maintains the grounds of Springfield Elementary with a ferocity that suggests the job means something to him beyond its functional description, that in the absence of the homeland he left or was forced from, the grounds have become something like territory. His land. His responsibility. The thing he controls in a life that otherwise provides limited control. Willie is loyal to the school in ways the school doesn't deserve. He has been let go by Principal Skinner multiple times and returned. He has been treated with the casual dismissal that Springfield extends to anyone in a service role. He lives in a shack on the school grounds. He has access to the full machinery of the school's physical infrastructure and none of the recognition that should accompany that expertise. What Willie has that most Springfield characters lack is the outsider's perspective. He arrived from a different context. He can, theoretically, compare what Springfield is to what other places are. He knows, from personal experience rather than from theory, that the water in Springfield is not what water is supposed to be, that the air in Springfield is not what air is supposed to be, because he has been somewhere where the water and air were different. The radiation theory and the collective denial theory are both more powerful when applied to native Springfielders, people who have never had a comparison point, who absorbed the contamination and the institutional dysfunction before they had the language to name what they were absorbing. Willie arrived with a comparison point, and yet he has stayed. Whatever that comparison tells him about Springfield, it hasn't been enough to make him leave. This either means he has absorbed enough of Springfield's collective denial to make peace with what he's comparing, or it means that what he came from was, in its own way, not significantly better, or it means that the simple fact of belonging somewhere, however imperfect the somewhere, outweighs the evidence of the imperfection. Willie stays. He maintains the grounds. He tends the space where Springfield's children learn what there is to learn. And every now and then, in an unguarded moment, he reveals something about his homeland, about the life he had before Springfield, that suggests the comparison lives in him still, that the grounds he tends are not the grounds he chose first. Sideshow Bob and the intelligence that has no useful direction. We discussed Sideshow Bob earlier in the context of Springfield's justice system, but he deserves his own full examination in the context of Springfield's treatment of intelligence. Because Bob is, like Lisa, like Maggie, like the briefly uncrayon-free Homer, someone whose cognitive capability is real and extensive and has no useful channel in Springfield. Bob is brilliantly educated. He is artistically accomplished. He speaks multiple languages. He has genuine theatrical talent. He has administrative competence. He has the capacity for long-term planning and complex execution that makes him, in theory, exactly the kind of person a functioning society would want to deploy in positions of significant responsibility. He could run things. He could make things work. He has the capabilities required. Springfield has given those capabilities no legitimate outlet. The show channels Bob entirely into villainy, into the pursuit of a vendetta against a 10-year-old, and this channeling looks absurd from the outside. It looks absurd because it is absurd. Bob's intelligence applied to the project of killing Bart is a spectacular waste of Bob's intelligence. It is, metaphorically, what Springfield does to intelligence in general. It takes capability and redirects it into something destructive, or useless, or both, because the legitimate channels for capability are either unavailable or have been captured by the interests that benefit from capability being misdirected. Bob became a villain because Springfield offered him nothing else. His role at the Krusty Show as Sideshow Bob was already a degradation, a man of his abilities relegated to the sidekick who gets hit on the head. When that role was taken away by the sequence of events that produced his first imprisonment, the next available channel for his energy was the channel the show gave him: obsession, vendetta, the application of his considerable skills to a project unworthy of them, because the projects worthy of them were never on offer. Bob is Springfield's clearest argument that intelligence without social infrastructure to receive it doesn't produce wisdom. It produces instability. It produces dangerous genius, trapped in a loop. Springfield has a lot of those. Bob is just the one the justice system keeps releasing, Dr. Hibbert and the medical system that exists. Dr. Julius Hibbert is Springfield's functioning doctor, the counterpart to Dr. Nick, the medical practitioner whose qualifications are real and whose diagnostic competence is demonstrable. He is also a man who delivers devastating news with a specific, practiced chuckle that functions as a coping mechanism so deeply ingrained that it has become reflexive. The chuckle is not cruelty, it's armor. It's what happens when a person who has spent a career delivering terrible information to frighten people develops a sonic distance between themselves and the information they're delivering. Dr. Hibbert has treated The Simpsons and various other Springfield residents across multiple seasons. His competence is evident. His character is fundamentally decent. He is one of the few Springfield professionals who is both capable of doing his job and actually doing it, and yet he exists in a medical ecosystem that also contains Dr. Nick. That allows Dr. Nick to practice. That has not produced the regulatory intervention that would end Dr. Nick's career. The coexistence of Dr. Hibbert and Dr. Nick in the same medical system is another version of Springfield's structural duality. The functional exists alongside the dysfunctional. The capable exists alongside the disastrous. And the system that contains both does not resolve this tension. It simply contains it. The capable doctor and the incompetent one serve different populations, or the same population at different moments, or some combination that the system has decided is preferable to the disruption of removing the incompetent one. Dr. Hibbert's chuckle is the sound of someone who has made peace with practicing medicine in Springfield, who has accepted that the environment is what it is, who continues to do his job well within constraints that a different environment would not impose. It's the sound of competence adapted to dysfunction. The laugh that says, "I know what this is and I'm still here." Additional section. The show's relationship with time and mortality. Entry. All the people the show has lost. The Simpsons has outlived many of the people who made it. Phil Hartman, who voiced Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, was killed in 1998. His characters were retired rather than recast. This decision, made out of respect for Hartman and his family, had the effect of removing two significant comedic presences from the show. The space they left has never been fully filled. Springfield without Troy McClure is a slightly emptier Springfield. The list of films you may remember Phil Hartman from ends with the credits of his last appearance. Marcia Wallace, who voiced Mrs. Krabappel, died in 2013. The show retired her character with a tribute. Mrs. Krabappel is now a ghost in Springfield Elementary, referenced in later seasons with the kind of careful, understated acknowledgement that the show developed for its losses. The classroom where she taught is still there. The teacher who stood in front of it, who had been ground down by decades of Springfield's educational dysfunction and who kept showing up anyway, is gone. These losses accumulate across the show's run in ways that give Springfield its own relationship with actual mortality. The show exists in the permanent present. Nobody ages, nobody dies, usually. But the people who gave life to the characters in the permanent present are mortal. They age, they die. And when they do, the characters they animated become something different. They become inhabited absences. They become the shape of someone who is no longer there. The show's floating timeline insulates Springfield from mortality. But the floating timeline cannot insulate the show itself. The people who make it are subject to time in ways the characters are not. And over 36 years, the accumulation of that mortality, the voices that are missing from the current cast, the people who contributed to Springfield's creation who are no longer here to continue contributing, gives the show a specific kind of weight that the permanent present cannot fully contain. Entry. What aging would mean. We've established that nobody in Springfield ages. We've explored the theories that account for this. But it's worth spending time with what aging would mean. What the show would look like if time passed in Springfield the way time passes everywhere else. Bart at 46. A man shaped by whatever he absorbed from Springfield's contaminated environment, from a family that loved him chaotically and imperfectly, from years of pranks and detentions and the particular education that Springfield Elementary provides. What does he do? Who does he become? The show has provided flash-forward glimpses. In some versions, Bart becomes a failure in the specific way of people who peaked young and couldn't redirect the energy that peaked with them. In some versions, he finds a way. The specific Bart who shows up in the flash forwards varies because the show hasn't committed to which version of his adulthood is true. Lisa at 44. The show has been more consistent about Lisa's future. She becomes the person she's always been, just older, more accomplished perhaps, more isolated definitely. The intelligence that was her gift and her curse in childhood is still her gift and still her curse. She is still in Springfield, emotionally if not physically, still carrying the weight of a place that did not value her, and a family that loved her imperfectly, and a world that keeps disappointing her while she keeps expecting better. Maggie at 37. This is the one nobody can predict. The genius in silence. The hidden capability in the familiar form. 37-year-old Maggie Simpson, who has been waiting and watching and planning since before she could walk. Whatever she was waiting for, she has had 36 years to prepare for it. Whatever she was watching, she has 36 years of observation to draw on. Whatever she was planning, the plan has had 36 years to develop. The aging versions of The Simpsons children are the show's most compelling uncompleted story. The one it has been circling since the first season. The one it will never fully tell because telling it would mean pressing play on the timeline that has been frozen since 1989. The one that exists in every flash forward and every dream sequence, and every moment where the show glimpses who these children become if they're allowed to become someone. They are 10 and 8 and 1. They have been 10 and 8 and 1 for 36 years. And they will be 10 and 8 and 1 until the show ends, whenever that happens, if it happens because we need them to be. Because the alternative, letting them grow up, letting them become the adults their characters promise they'll be, means letting the show become something it has never fully allowed itself to be. An honest account of time. Entry. The show as archive. The Simpsons is, at this point, an archive. Not just of its own content, though the 800-episode catalog is itself an extraordinary document of 36 years of American cultural production. It's an archive of the cultural moment that produced it and the cultural moments it passed through. Every contemporary reference that was topical in 1993 is now historical. Every celebrity cameo is a data point. Every joke about current events is a time capsule from the moment the joke was written. Future historians, if they want to understand what American popular culture was thinking about between 1989 and now, could do worse than to watch every episode of The Simpsons in order and take notes. The references accumulate into a picture of what America was concerned with, what it found funny, what it was afraid of, what it was proud of, and what it was trying not to think about in each successive year. The show's enormous output is also an enormous documentary record. This archival quality is part of what makes the prediction phenomenon feel so resonant. The show isn't just a series of comedic observations. It's a continuous, detailed, intelligent commentary on American life, stretching across more than 3 decades. And the parts of that commentary that align with subsequent reality feel like predictions because they're being recognized rather than simply observed. You're seeing the note that was written about a future that hadn't happened yet, now that the future has arrived. Springfield is a city that exists in an archive. Its reality is preserved in a way that no real city's reality is. Every conversation, every building, every event, every character interaction is recorded and accessible. The town's history is complete in a way that real towns' histories are not, and this completeness is its own kind of unreality. Real places forget. Real places lose their records. Real places have histories that are partial, contested, subject to revision. Springfield's history is fixed, canonical, retrievable, a permanent record of a place that never existed, more complete and more accessible than the histories of places that do. Entry. The final truth about Springfield. At the very bottom, below all the theories, below all the evidence, below the conspiracy and the coma and the contamination and the silence of Maggie and the darkness of Ned's smile, there is a truth about Springfield that all the theories point toward, but none of them fully state. Springfield is home, not a good home, not a safe home. Not a home that takes care of its residents or protects them from harm or provides them with the resources they need to become what they're capable of becoming. A home in the complicated sense that the word carries when the place it refers to is real rather than ideal. A place that shaped you. A place that left marks. A place that gave you the people you love, even while it was also giving you everything you're still working through. Homer loves Springfield. He loves it in the way people love places that damage them, with the particular intensity of someone who can't separate the damage from the attachment. He loves the plant and mows and the couch and the street outside and the sky above the cooling towers and the sound of his family and the house around him. He loves all of it, even the parts that are terrible, especially the parts that are terrible, because they're the parts that are most specifically his, most specifically the shape of the life he has lived. This is the show's final argument. After everything, after all the theories and all the dark readings and all the evidence of the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy, after the skeletons in the basement and the crayon in the brain and the three-eyed fish and the biological weapons lab, after the vote to criminalize truth and the exile of the honest man and the billionaire who glows in the dark, after all of it, Homer loves Springfield, and we love it too. And that love is not naive. It's not uninformed. It's not the love of people who haven't looked at what they're loving. It's the love of people who have looked, who have seen the contamination and the corruption and the irreparable damage, and who love it anyway. Because it's ours. Because it was there when we were young. Because it gave us Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie. Because the couch is still there, and the family is still on it, and the credits are still rolling, and the music is still playing. Because home is always a place that broke you a little. And you go back anyway. That's Springfield. That's the iceberg. That's what's been waiting at the bottom, below all the darkness, and all the evidence and all the carefully constructed theories. Just a family, just a house, just a home. Sleep well. End of complete script. Additional section, The Simpsons movie, and what it confirmed. Entry, The Dome as Diagnosis. The Simpsons movie arrived in 2007, 18 years into the show's run. It brought with it the largest single on-screen confirmation of the theories that had been building since the show's earliest seasons. Because The Simpsons movie is not at its core about Homer accidentally causing an environmental disaster and then redeeming himself by saving his family and his town. That is its plot. Its actual content is something more specific and more unsettling. The Simpsons movie is about what happens when the outside world finally looks at Springfield clearly. The EPA, operating within the show's universe as a real federal agency with real regulatory authority, sends its agents to assess Springfield's environmental situation. They assess it. They conclude that the contamination has reached a level that poses a direct threat to the surrounding region. And their solution, the only solution they consider sufficient to contain the threat, is physical. A glass dome, placed over the entire town, sealing it from the outside world and sealing the outside world from it. Think about what this actually means in terms of what the EPA concluded. They did not order the plant to clean up its operations. They did not issue fines and require remediation. They did not initiate a regulatory process that would address the contamination's sources. They sealed the town because they concluded that the contamination was so extensive, so deeply embedded in Springfield's environment, that the most efficient response was not to treat the cause but to contain the affected zone. Springfield is not, in the EPA's assessment, a town with a contamination problem. It is, in the EPA's assessment, a contamination zone that happens to contain a town. The distinction matters enormously. A town with a problem can be helped. A contamination zone requires containment. The people inside the dome, when it goes up, are not evacuated. They are sealed in with the contamination. The EPA's solution to Springfield's toxic environment is to keep the toxic environment exactly where it is, along with every resident who has been absorbing it, and to prevent it from spreading. The town is classified as an environmental hazard, and the hazard is sealed rather than addressed. And then the movie ends with Homer saving the day, the dome coming down, and Springfield resuming. The EPA's assessment stands. The conditions that produce the assessment remain. But the dome is gone. The outside world has decided to let Springfield continue, and the residents who were sealed in, who absorbed whatever they were absorbing before the dome went up, continue to absorb it. The dome was not a solution. It was an acknowledgement, a federal acknowledgement within the show's own universe, that what is happening in Springfield is real, is documented, and is dangerous to the outside world. The dome's removal does not change the assessment. It just removes the physical barrier. Springfield is still, in the logic of the show's own continuity, classified as an environmental hazard zone by the United States federal government. The dome came down. The classification didn't. Entry: what Homer does in the movie. Homer's arc in the movie is the coma theory's most extended single episode. The events of the movie, the pig silo, the dome, the EPA, the mob that forms to destroy the Simpson house, the family's flight to Alaska, the ultimate return and redemption, trace an emotional journey that is recognizably the structure of a dream sequence. Things escalate with the logic of dreams, where each new development is connected to the previous one by emotion rather than by plausible causation. The stakes keep rising in ways that feel designed rather than organic. The resolution arrives through a personal revelation that is precisely calibrated to what Homer needed to learn. In dreams, the narrative serves the dreamer. The events are arranged to produce a specific journey, to confront the dreamer with specific questions, to arrive at specific revelations. Homer's movie arc is structured this way. The events happen to Homer because Homer needs them to happen. The family needs to be driven away, needs to be brought to the brink, needs to be recovered, because Homer's dreaming mind needs to go through the process of almost losing everything and getting it back. The almost losing is essential. The getting back is what the dream is working toward. The movie's Homer is a man who has to learn, again, that his family is worth everything. That the things he does reflexively, the selfish acts, the impulsive decisions, the failure to think about anyone other than himself in the moment, cost him the people he loves most. And that the people he loves most are worth changing for, worth sacrificing for, worth climbing a dome for. He learns this, he acts on it, he gets his family back, the dream resolves, and then the movie ends, and then the next episode begins, and Homer has forgotten. In the waking world, this would be the most depressing possible outcome. The hard-won learning immediately erased, the growth immediately reversed. The character who just demonstrated that change is possible, immediately returning to the state he was in before the demonstration. Under the coma theory, it's different. Homer's dreaming mind is not trying to produce permanent change. It's trying to produce the experience of change. The journey matters more than the destination because in a dream, the destination is always the same. The family on the couch, the house on Evergreen Terrace, the permanent present, unchanged and unchangeable. What varies is the texture of the journey, how Homer gets home, what he learns on the way, what the dream says to him about the things he cares about most. The movie says, your family is worth everything. You almost lost them. You got them back. Hold on. And then the dream begins again. And Homer holds on. And the family is there. And it is enough. It has always been enough. Entry. The ending that never comes. The Simpsons will end. Not in Springfield. In the world outside Springfield, in the production offices and the contract negotiations, and the decisions made by executives and creators about when the right moment is to stop. It will end the way long-running shows always end, not through the narrative reaching its natural conclusion, because the narrative of a floating timeline show has no natural conclusion, but through the external conditions of its production becoming unsustainable. When it ends, what will end? Not the show as a cultural artifact. The episodes will remain, the theories will remain. The image of Springfield will remain in the cultural memory of everyone who ever watched the opening credits and heard the music and settled in for the familiar. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie will remain, frozen at their ages, living in their permanent present, in the town that doesn't appear on any map. What will end is the production of new evidence, the accumulation of new episodes, new details, new entries in the iceberg that is still, even now, being built. Every episode that airs adds something. A new theory hook, a new character moment, a new casual reveal dropped in the middle of an episode and never revisited. The iceberg grows with every episode. When the episodes stop, the iceberg reaches its final depth. And then it sits there, complete, enormous. Most of it still below the waterline. Still waiting to be discovered by the people who haven't gone deep enough yet. Still generating new readings, new interpretations, new connections that nobody made before because the people who grew up with the show are still growing, still developing the capacity to see things in it that they couldn't see when they were children. The show will end and Springfield will be permanent, the most enduring town in American cultural history, the place that everyone knows and nobody can find on a map, the place that was always more than it appeared to be. The place that held, in its 800 episodes and its 36 years, and its floating timeline and its yellow-skinned permanent family, a picture of the country it came from that was Always slightly too honest to be entirely comfortable. The iceberg will still be there, waiting, still mostly below the surface, still full of things to find. Go to sleep. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is.